form params, and then this will be equal to the user form. So, and then we need to link it to the user form. So we'll come in here and we'll call. So this will be from our tab root stack screen props. Yes. And then from there we can bring in our code user form params. You can see. Then we have our navigation, and then we can also have our route. Then we'll go back to our navigator here, user form params. Why is it throwing an error? Oh, I called it use instead of user. That's why we're having an error there. So in here, we're going to add the R to it, and everything is fine. So we can also save this one here as well. Everything is working well. So we've added this. So let's go and start building up the login and registration screen. So if we come to the login and registration screen now, we want to do both. We want to combine both the login and registration screen together in one place. So what we'll do here, we'll come here into our login user form and remove this. We won't be using this. Let's build the UI first. So we're going to take this out. I'll go to my cart screen. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and bring this in here. Let's go on because we are going to be needing quite a lot of things in here, so we don't have to rewrite them. So let's just copy the import, the React, this, and we are going to need the. So let's just replace it with this. Then we need to close them. We need to close the safe area view. So we also need to import the header component. Then we won't be using this display message. We're not displaying any message here. Then for now, let's remove all this. Push. And our safe area view. So that's it. So in here, okay, let me quickly bring up our header component. So if you remember from our header component, we had two headers there. So we want to make use of the second header where where the go back is undefined. So so we have it here. So if there's a page title, you see it's going to use the screen. So this is the screen we've been using all along. We've been using this second screen. We've been using this second header rather. This is the header we've been using since. So now we want to use this one. This header, this is what we're going to use now because we're going to declare a page title, the page title to this. So we'll come to our form here, and then inside the form we're going to bring the page title. So the page title will be equal to our screen title, and then we're going to get the screen title from what? From our params. It was declared in our params in the root navigator. So we'll come here, and then we're going to say const. So let's destructure the root. So we're going to say root dot params, the parameters of that root, and that route is what is user form params. So inside it we have what? The screen name. You can see it's bringing the screen name up. So that's what we're going to pass here, the screen name. That's beautiful. So we're going to be passing it dynamically. You'll see how that will happen very shortly. So from here now, we also want to do touchable without feedback. I think we did that in our home. Okay, let me copy the. Let's go home. Where's our home screen? So we're going to copy. Let's use the. Yes, let's use this. So we have most of the things there. So bring this out and copy it here. So inside here we're going to have the touchable without feedback. So touchable without feedback, we'll bring it up. And then we're going to, okay, let's remove. We have the dismiss where we handle the keyboard dismiss. So we can add that from here. Yes, this. So we'll copy this and bring it here. So we add a touchable without feedback and do on press. And then we're going to handle the keyboard dismiss there. That's it. Then we might also, can also add the keyboard avoiding view. I'll show you what we'll use that for shortly. Keyboard avoiding view. Okay, I've not imported that. Keyboard avoiding view. So we're going to pass the behavior. So we're going to pass the behavior, and the behavior, let's just copy. We'll copy this and pass into it, and then I'll make changes to it accordingly. So we're going to say platform.os. If platform.os is iOS, so if it's equal to iOS, we give it a padding. So we'll give it a padding, or we use the height. So that's it. So we want to pass the scroll view. Inside our scroll view, we'll say shows horizontal, shows vertical, because we'll be using vertical, so we don't want it to show the indicator. So we'll make it false. So we're good to go. And then in here now, since our scroll view, we want to pass the, let's do this again, and then give this a style. Align items. Align item center. Text. So we have font size 17, font weight. Font weight bold, margin top 12, color 041E. So in here now we are quickly going to declare, we will use our use state, and then we'll say const. So use state. So we want to be able to toggle between our registration screen and the login screen. So we're going to use this to achieve that, and then we're going to call it boolean because it's a boolean. So we're going to say show reg screen, and then set show reg screen. So we'll come here and say show reg, if show reg screen is true, if it's not equal to false. So what we're saying here is if show reg is not equal to true, yeah, so if it's not equal to true, it will display, so it will write what log into your account, else it will be register a new account. So to register a new account. So, and currently we made the show reg screen equal to false, so it will display what log into your account. So I think another thing we need to do, let me just go to the cart screen so we can navigate to our, and then we're going to give it a screen. So we're going to give it a screen name. You can see it's bringing it up. So let's call it user form, or we can call it user authentication. So the user ID, we are going to create a user context that will help us to manage the user login section throughout our entire app. So we can always get the user, login session or get the update if the user is logged in or not. So to do that, we're going to create that context. So we'll go out of the source and come into this. So we'll come into here, our app. So we'll say user context.tsx. Will come out. So you see it's outside. It's in the same folder with the store and the app. They're in the same folder. So that's the app folder itself. So inside the use context, we can have, let's import React. We import React, and then from React, and then inside there we'll need to also import what we call create context from React. We are going to use the use state. We need the use state. We'll also need React node, and I think that's all we'll need for now here. So inside this, let's quickly declare our interface, because we also need to use TypeScript. So let's say interface user ID. So user ID will be user ID. So the user ID will either be string, it's either string or null. That's if the user is not logged in, it will be null. So it will be null. Then we want to get the user ID, so we'll have to declare that here too, and that will be a function which is void, and then inside here we have to pass the params. So the params will be user ID, and it's either a string or null. So if the user is logged in, the user ID will be a string, and if it's not logged in, it will be null. So we have to declare the two. If not, it will throw an error. So inside here, we want to declare, let's have the default value. So the default value will be of type user ID, and then in here we're going to pass the user ID. The user ID will be a string. So it's either a string or it's null. Then we need to get set user ID. I mean set user ID, not get user ID. So we should get set user ID. So set user ID will also be a function, and it will be an object. That's it. So we'll come here and let's get the user type. So we need to get the user type, and the user type will be, so we'll use a create context, and then we'll pass our default value into it. So that's it. And then we'll now come here and say const user context. So const user context is equal to, so it will be React node, the children of React node. So we're going to pass the React node, it's a child. So we're going to pass the children parameter into this. And the reason why is because we've not added our arrow function. So you see, so we're going to write the function. So it's going to be an array of this, and we're going to use our use state to get access to the context. So it will be string. We're going to use the use state to get access to the user ID. We're using the use state to get access to the user ID. So it will be of string or null, like we declare. So this is how we get the user ID, and then initial state will be what? An empty string. So it will be, so we now have our user ID and set user ID. So we want to set the state of the user ID. So the initial state will be an empty string, and then we'll write our return function. Inside our return function, we'll call the user context. Sorry, the user type rather. So the user type, since it's, and then it will be a provider. User type dot provider. So we'll bring the provider in here. You can see the provider is already coming up, and then it will have a value. So the value will be equal to the user ID, and then the set user ID. That will be the value, and then we'll pass the children into it. So we'll pass children into it. and then the user type must be of a provider. Yeah. And this is going to be double. This is supposed to be a double curly brace. Cool. Everything is fine. So we can save this, and then we need to bring this into our app. So to do that, we need to import. So we need the use context. We need the use context to get our user context. So whenever you want to get the user context, you use the use context to get that. So we'll come here and import. So it will be after our store. We need to get the user context after our store. So we'll bring it in here, and then we called it user. Okay, let me just bring our app closer to it. We're not using this anymore, so we can remove it. So we called it user context. So it's user context. Oh, we did not export that. We didn't export it. That's why I couldn't find it. So we are supposed to export it. So to export it now, we will come here and do export. So come here and do export. So we export the user type and then the user context. Yeah. So from our app, we can now bring the user context. You can see it's bringing it up already. So we wrap our entire app inside the user context. So copy all this and bring it in here. And then we save. As usual, we may need to see it has reload our app. It has taken us back to the home screen. So we can go back to our cart screen. So we're back to our cart screen now, and then in here, so we can have access to this. We have access to the user context through the use context anywhere in our app. So we'll come to our cart screen, and then we'll call the user context by what? Using the use context. We use the use context to have access to the user context. So we'll come here, and so we need to import the use context. So use context will be from React in our cart screen. So we'll go to carts. So we're going to have use context here. So create context, we create the context, and when you use context to have access to the context that was created. So let's come here and say, let's destructure it and let's get the context. So we're going to say use context, and inside the use context, we pass the user type. So the user type from our user context. So it has imported that. So from it now we can get our user ID. And remember, it's not an array. You have to pass it. It's an object. And then set user ID. And you can see our cart screen is no longer throwing an error. This is beautiful, isn't it? So come here to the if function. Let's get the if function, the checkout function. So you see it's no longer throwing an error. So now we can move to the checkout screen. So we save it. So in our home, we did not apply the go to cart screen. I just noticed it now. So let's go back to our home screen and apply. So get it from product details. Yes. So we've not added that function to our product details, does it? So go to cart screen. Let's copy this and bring it to our home screen. You can see that there's no go to cart screen here. So it's not here. So we also need to bring the notify. Okay, let me just move this closer to the product details and bring them in as well. So we need notify and display message. We'll bring it here. So we also need to check. We also want to check if it's empty, if the cart is empty, so it shouldn't go there. So if it's empty, we're going to say, okay, yes, everything is fine. else it will go toward the cart screen. So we'll come here and add it. So we need to add it here. We need to add it here before our. So we're going to add the notification. We need to bring the notification, and then notification component, and then we're going to add the message into it. The message will be equal to. Okay, we have not imported notification. Yes, notification, should import it, and then it will have a message. So the message will be from. So the message will be from our notify. So it will be from notify, and we also need to pass if display message is true. So display message, if it's true, that's when you use the notification. So we're good to go. Then we want to add the go to cart screen, and we want to add it to go to screen. Also see where the problem is coming from. These are supposed to be, they're supposed to be inside here. I added them in the wrong place. That's why it's throwing an error. It's throwing that error, so the error should go off now. So we have everything now. We can now press on the icon. So if you press the icon now, it will redirect you to the cart screen. If you take it now, you can see we're at the cart screen already. So from here now, from the cart screen, if you press checkout, it's supposed to redirect us to the user form because there's no active user ID. So we'll take it now. So in our situation, our scenario, our user ID is now equal to null. It's actually the string is empty. That was what we passed. So let's go back to our. So the initial state here was not null. It was an empty string. And then we passed null now like this. It would have recognized it, but we passed an empty string. So if we go, let's go to. So if we come here now, so we passed null as the initial state. So if you come here now, you see that we have the null. So if you save here and then press the checkout now, it's supposed to redirect to the user form. Cool, you can see it has redirected to the user form because it's null. So the initial state is null. So we'll come to our user form here. Where's our user form? So we'll come to our user form now. Let's save it. Cool, you can see this is working beautifully. So if we come here now, and you can see the login to your account is already displaying. So if we go back, if we press the go back arrow, okay, we've not implemented that. So we had the go back arrow to it now. Let's come to our screen here and copy the go back there, the go back function. So copy the go back function here, take it to our user form, and inside our user form, and then we'll come in here and add it to our header. So make it equal to go back. And if we save it and press it, good, it has taken us back to the cart screen. And then if you use the checkout, it takes you to the checkout page. So we're now in the checkout page. So it has redirected, to the user form. So because we are not logged in. So we want to change the background color and make the background color white. So we have the background color is equal to white. We can have so you can see that's why it's showing login to your account, because currently the show registration screen is equal to false. So that's the initial state. That's why it's showing what it's showing login to your account. We'll come out of this view here and we'll say if show reg screen is true. If show reg screen is true, then we want to render the registration screen. And then we're going to pass into a scroll view. And the scroll view, we have view. And the view will be, let's give it a style. Style is margin top of 10. And then, so to display the form input field, we're going to write it in another component. So quickly, let's just go to our component folder, and let's call it user form card. Let's call it user form card.tsx. So inside here, let's use our tsrnf, our shortcode, and then I'll go to my home screen here and let's copy the let's copy this to the import for React Native and then React. So we replace it with the ones here, and then we won't be needing platform, so we can remove platform, touchable without feedback. We won't need it. I don't think we need keyboard as well, but we need a text input. So we need text input. What do we need? We need animated. We'll be using animated. And inside our React, we won't use callback. We need use effect. We need use ref. We need use state as well. So we'll come to here and just quickly write so let's call it user form props, and then we have our interface. We're going to call it interface. We're going to be using the interface. So inside here we're going to have we're going to have text, and the text we'll make it optional, and it will be string. We'll have unchanged text. Unchanged text will be a function, so it will be optional, and it will be a function. We'll pass the text into it. And so it is string, and then we'll make it void. Then we need the label. The label will be string as well. We need a label color. We need label color. So label color will be optional, and then it will be also string. We'll need duration. Duration will be optional, and it will be number. So come here, let's bring it down here. We're going to call it user form props, and then we'll bring in our text. We'll bring unchanged text. We'll bring the label. The label color, will give it an initial, so it will be, let's make it black. We'll give it initial black, and then we have duration as well. So we're good to go. So in here we're going to be using animated, so I'm going to say animated.view, and then here animated.view. So I'm going to take this out. I'll take this out because we're going to be using animated. So very shortly you see what we're about to achieve. So inside this animated view now, I want to pass the label, the form label. I'll pass it to this, so I'll use animated.text, and inside the animated.text, we'll be passing some animated styles into it very shortly. So I'm going to call it style. So we'll just leave it here. We'll come back to it, and inside it we'll pass our label. So we'll pass the label, and then outside the animated text we want to render our text input. So our text input to be self-closing. Then inside here we want to have the value. The value will be equal to text. We want to have the unchanged text, and it will be equal to unchanged text. No, unchanged. So we have unchanged text. After that, we want to make it editable. Editable will be true. So after that, we want to use the onFocus. Don't worry, I'll explain everything shortly. So onFocus, we've not written the function, so let's just comment it out for now. Then on blur as well, let's comment it out. We've not written the function. Then blur on submit. Then auto capitalize. Auto capitalize will make it none. So that's it. So let's quickly come here and write some styles. I'm going to say const styles. So we're going to be using style sheet .create, style sheet .create, and then the first one we want to write there is the container. So the container will be, we'll give it a margin top of 20, background color give it background color of, let's give it background color of white. We're going to give it border radius. So border radius, let's use border radius of 8. For the width, we're going to use the dimensions to get the width. So let me just make it equal to the width. So we're going to write that shortly. And then for the align, we're going to use align self. And align self will be center. So that's it for that. So the next thing is we want to write the styles for the text input. So for that, we're going to have, let's have the font size. So I want to make the font size 13. Then we'll give it a height. We'll give that text input field, we'll give it a height of 35. We will have a color. The color, let's give it color of black. So the text will have the color of black. Then we want to give it padding. Padding will be 10. So let's give padding of 10. That's it. The last one we want to write here is the animated style for the when we'll be doing the when we're performing the animation, especially the transform Y animation. So we're going to call it animated style. So animated style. Let's give it top will be 5. Let's give it left will be 15, and then let's give it position absolute. Position will be absolute. Then border radius, so we'll give it border radius of 90. Let's give it border radius of 90, and then we'll give it z index. So the z index will be 10. That's all. So we'll come here, let's do the dimension. So we'll come here, let's say const width. So const width equal to, so we'll get the dimension. We're going to be using the dimension from React Native dimensions, then .get dimensions.get, and then we're going to get the screen. So get the screen and then get the width of the screen. So we're going to get in the width of that screen, of the user screen, and then we'll pass this to it. Then let's pass padding of 50. So, and you see there's no more error. So we can come to our form here and pass the style. So inside this, the first animated view, so we're going to pass the styles, and then we want to make it an array of style. So we want to pass the styles.container. So styles.container will be there. So we'll come and write the remaining styles later there. So this next one, we also want to give it style, and it's also going to be an array of style. So it's an array of style. So we want to pass the styles.animated style. Animated style. So we'll pass the second one. We've not written it. We're going to do that. That's the transform. So we want to translate Y. So for here, and then the third one is the input. For the input, text input. So we're going to say styles. No, it's supposed to be styles equal to. So we're going to say styles dot input. Cool. So we're good to go. So what I'm just going to do now before we continue, I'm going to import this to our form so that we can see as we make changes and all the animation as they work out. So I'll come to the user form here. Since we are displaying the login screen, this is the login display. So, and this one is shows registration screen. That means registration screen is false. But here now we are saying if registration screen is true, it will display. So we'll quickly come here and write for the false so that we can get the display for the login. So we'll come here and say if show reg screen is false. So if show reg screen is false, so that means if it is false, that means we want to display what the login screen. So the login UI, that's what we want to display if show registration screen is false. So we'll now come here. Let me bring the fragment, and inside the fragment I want to add. Let's add view. Inside the view, we'll pass a style into it, and want to give it a margin top. Let's give it a margin top of 2070. So in here now we can import our user form card. So user form card, good, from our component, and it's throwing an error because we need to pass some params into it, some value into it, and the label. So we'll get the label, and the label will be equal to, okay, the label will be a string. So let's say enter your email. So another thing we want to pass is label color. So the label color will be black. So we're going to retain black. If you like, you can change the label color. It's up to you. But I'm going to retain black. Then we have duration. Duration will be 300. And then for the text and update on change text, we'll come back to that. So we'll just save this here. So we'll save it here and come back to our user form card, so that as we update from our user form card, it will also show in the front end. So we'll come to this place. Let's save this. So the next thing we'll go and do now is to use our useref to start working on the animations. So we want to do the translate y. That's the on the y axis. So we're going to use trans. So we'll say const trans y. So it'll be useref. We're going to use the useref. So useref from React, and then it will be new animated. It will be new animated dot value, and the initial value will be 0 as the current value. So another animation we want to do is for the border. So let's call it border width, or let's just call it border. So let's just copy this useref as well. And this one we're going to make the current value 1. So the initial value will be 1. Then we'll say, I say transform animation. So we'll write the function now that will help us to do the transform y or translate y. So let's pass a parameter to that, and the parameter will be to value. So we can always change the value dynamically. So to value, well, that's going to be a number. So the value will be a number, and then we'll have animated. Let's bring in our animated.timing, and that will listen to translate y. So that's what we are targeting. And then from there we will have our to value, so that we can change the value. So because the current value is 0, so duration, we'll pass in the duration, we'll use native driver. Use native driver will be equal to true, to be true. Then we want to use easing. So let's quickly import easing from React Native. So easing will be equal to easing.ease. Easing.ease. And then we'll come here and say start. So quickly we are going to copy these and then duplicate for the border width. So let's call it animate border width, or let's call it animate border. So it will be to value also, and here we are targeting the border. Is the border that will listen to here, and then native driver will be false for this, and that's all. So we'll come here and let's do the animation. So let's write the function for the onFocus handler. So we're going to have const onFocus handler. So if the text field is focused, we want to get a transformation animation, and we want to change it from 0 to -13, because the idea is when the text field is focused, we want the placeholder, that is the label, we want it to translate y. It will move up and move away from the text box, so that the user can impute his own data into the text board, into the text field. So we will animate it by moving the placeholder, the label, by -13. So it will move up, it will move out of that text field. So that's what it means. So that's why we're using the transform animation. Transform animation will be 13. Then at that point we also want to use the border on focus. We change the animated border from 1 to 2. So if it's focus, we change it from 1 to 2. And then for the blur, we just copy this. So on blur handler, let's call it on blur handler. So we want to check if the text is not focused. If the text field is not focused, we want to check if the text field is empty. If the text field is empty, that means the user did not input any data into it. But if it is not empty, we want to return. So if it is empty, we will now bring down what the placeholder, the label will come back into the text field. Else, if it's not empty, that means the user already passed some data or value into that text field. So at that point, we want to retain that text in that text field, and then the label will remain at the top where it is. So that's what we're going to say. We're now checking if text is true, if it's not empty. So we will just write what return. So we'll just say return if the text field is not empty. So we'll tell it to what return. Else we will change the animation. We'll return it to 0. And then we'll return the border width also to 1. So that's the idea there. So we can come into our text input here. And inside our text input, we have our onFocus will be equal to onFocus handler. And then onBlur will be equal to onBlur handler. So that's it, we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to get the label color. So we'll use interpolation. We will interpolate to get the label color so we can add it. So before we also do that, we need to get the transform. So let's get the transform style and pass into our animated.view so that it can do the transform animation for us. And then to do that, we are going to quickly come here and say const. So we're going to say const let's say animate style. So we're going to pass it, and then transform. We're going to pass transform. Transform is from styles, and then it's an array. So you can have inside transform, you can have translate y, translate x, and blah blah blah. The other ones too that are there. So we're going to have translate. So we have something like this, translate y, and the translate y will now make it equal to our and trans y. So that's the idea. So this animated style now we will now pass it to our animated.view here. We'll pass it into this. So we'll now pass animate style. So we'll pass animate style into it. So that's about this. So the next thing we want to do is let's get the color and then interpolate it. So we want to check, okay, let me just write it first and then I'll explain. So we want to say label color animation. So label color animation will have, so we take our border and then interpolate. We use the interpolate function method. And then we'll look into it. We're going to get if the input range, we're going to look into the input range. If the input range is 1, remember 1 is the current value. So if it is 1, we will get an output for that, and if it is 2, we'll get another result. So to get that, we'll go into our output range and say if the input is 1, we want the color to be gray, and if the input is 2, then we want the color to be what? Our label color. So that's the idea. And then we want to extrapolate, we'll make a clamp. So that's it. And inside here we'll come and pass, we'll pass the color here. So we'll pass the color into our what? We'll pass the label color into our style, label color animation. So we're good to go. So I think there's an error somewhere because our form is supposed to be displaying something by now. So let's just check. Okay, here background color is supposed to be white. We have the hash there. So we added that. We added the. Oh, see where the error is. The text input is supposed to be out after animated.view. We're supposed to render the text input here after animated.view. This is where it's supposed to be. I think that's where we are. That's why we're having the error. So let's correct that. So if we save that now, cool, you can see everything is working fine. So that's why we are having the error. So, and you can see the interpolate function is already working. So if I remove this, you see that's why it's gray, because we said when the input is 1, it should give us gray color. So let me remove the color now, and you see that if I save it now, you see that we have black, because black is the initial label color that we gave it here. So you can see black initial color, is the default color that we are using. So but when we came here now, if you come here now and then we use the interpolate, so if it's equal to 1 now, we're now changing the color. So we'll come here and change the color. That if it's equal to 1, so we are overriding the default color. So if it's equal to 1, it will be gray. So and it's equal to 1 currently, and you can see it has turned gray. And then we have so when it's equal to 2, it will turn black again. So quickly, let's add the border. Let's add the border so that we can do the remaining part. So we'll come here, we'll copy the label color animation and just make adjustment to it. That's all we need to do. So let's copy this and then write the border color. Let's do the animation for the border color. So we're going to say, let's call it border color here. Const border color. So the border color now will get, if the input range is equal to 1, then we want to make the border color black. And if the input range is, when it's equal to 2, we are going to make it let's call it green. Let's use green. So you see, so we will now come to we'll come here, and then we want to pass in the border. So we'll come here and then pass the border. So we're going to say border width. So we'll pass the border width, and the border width will be equal to our border color. No, border color rather. It's a border color. We want to give it border color. We're not passing the width, it's border color, and our border color will be equal to border color. Yes. So if we save it now, so come here, we are supposed to also pass the border width. So to pass the border width, we are just going to use the width, the border we passed earlier. So we can come here and say, we'll say border width. So border width be equal to the border. So it will be equal to the border, and you know the border is 1, so it will give you width of 1. So let me just, for clarity, I'm going to call it border width. So let's go and let's change the border to border width. So let's target all the border here. Yeah, animate border width. And I think that's also, I'm going to call it border width. So we have border width here, and this one will be animate border width. So let me change it to border width, and then let's pass width here too. And then let's pass border width. So we're interpolating the border width. So we're good to go. So I'll pass border width to border width, and now we should have the width. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see now that we have the width in it. So after that, so you can see that the enter your email is not standing well. We don't like the way it's standing. So we can quickly do another interpolate and use padding. So we can animate it and give it a padding. So we're going to say, let's call it label padding. Label padding. So when the border width is equal to, so we're going to use the border width also to do the label padding. So when the border width is 1, we want to give it padding. Let's give it padding of 4. And when it's 2, when the border width is 2, we want to give it padding of 0. So let's see now. Okay, we need to pass the padding. So we'll come to our animated style here and bring padding, and padding will be equal to label padding. Label padding, right? No, border padding. We have border padding, yes. Or we want to call it, let's call it label padding. So label padding, we'll call it label padding here. So you see, cool. You see, this is beautiful. It's better this way. So we'll do 2 more interpolation. So let me just copy and do that, so we'll not waste time. So the next one we will do label font size. So you can do as much as you like depending on what you want. So when the border width is 1, I want to give it font size of 14, and when it's 2, I want to give it font size of 10. Then another one I want to do is the background color. So I'll say label background color. I'll call it label background color. So when the input is 1, I want to give it the background color of, let's say, white. We'll see if it works fine with that. Else we'll need to change it to one that will work better for us, and then I'll give it this. So I'll come here and add. So I'm going to add background color. Background color will be label, be equal to label background color, and then we want to add font size. Font size will be equal to label font size. Label font size. So if we save it now, so you can see everything is working fine. Let's check the animation out. So I'm going to tap into this now. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. So this is beautiful. You can see when I open the when I press the text input, you can see that the label was translated. It was translated by -13, and it moved to the border. And this is what we want to achieve. And when it's focused, you can see the color changed to green. The color changed to green. So let me give it another color so you can see that it's obvious. So you can see it working fine. You can see the changes. So let's say let me give it yellow, for example. So you can see it changed. So let me make it orange. Let's see, orange color. Cool, I think orange color is more visible. So you can see it changed. So if I bring it down and then on blur and the text input field is empty, it will bring the entire email back. So you can see this is cool, isn't it? This is beautiful. So if I press it again, you can see it's bringing it. So for now, we'll go back to our form. And then we can render the second one. So you just copy this. That's all you need to do. You see, it makes it faster. So I'll just copy this and duplicate it, and that's all. And for this, I'm going to make it 10. And if I make it 10, I'll say enter your password. And that's it. If I save it now, cool, you see this is beautiful. You see, and that's all you need to do. So if I go there now, and you can see the enter your password is working. And then because the enter your email is no more focused, so it returned to the default setting. That's the thing. So if I go to enter your email, you can see the way it's the toggle. That's gold. It is beautiful. So quickly, we are going to also write some functions to handle the form data that the user will be passing into the text fields. So to do that, we'll come up. So let's quickly go up so that we can use the text. So we'll come here. And then let's get the first name. So I'll go to my road navigator. Let me bring the road navigator here. I'll bring it here. So instead of user form params, we're using the email and the password. So I'll come to my card here. I'll come to my user form. So inside the user form, we'll get the email, we'll get password, and then we have confirm password. So I'll do const. Let me call it form params. Let's call it user form params. User form params will be, so we're going to save everything inside an object. So everything will be saved inside an object, and then I'm going to call the email, the password, and then confirm password. And then we're going to pass this into a state. So we're going to call it, let's call it const. So we'll use useState, then pass the user form params. So we're going to pass it in here, and we're going to call it, let's call it user login, and set user login. Then for the login, we are not going to be using a confirm password. So let's call it user login form params. So we're going to write a little function to handle the onChange event for the login. So we're going to call it, let's call it login onChange text. So we're going to pass the parameter. The text will be the parameter. So and it will be of string. And then we're also going to be passing the field name. And the field name will also be string. So we'll come here and we're going to call the set user login. Yes, we have set user login. So we'll pass the spread operator, and then we're going to call it the user login form. User login form params. That's what we'll pass there, and then we'll pass the field name, so we can always change the text. So this is how we're going to write it. And this is supposed to be equal to the user login. Yeah, it's supposed to be user login because that's the state we are changing. So we're changing the state of the user login. So we'll save that, and then if we come here now, let's come down here. Let's come to our login form. So now we can apply. So we can apply the text and the update onChange text. So we have the text. The text will be user login, then dot email. Whereas the onChange text, so the onChange text will be, it's a function. So it will pass the text into it, and the text is string, and then we'll write the handle. What did we call it just now? Handle user login. Let me check that. Login onChange text. So we called it login onChange text. Login onChange text, and then we'll pass the text. And make sure the name you're passing here is exactly the name. So we're passing email. So we'll come down here and do the same thing for the second one. So we'll just copy this and make changes to it as usual. So I'll come here and write the text here will be password. So this will be password, and then this will be equal to password. The name must be the same. It needs to be the same. So we'll save this, and if we go back to our form, so if I pass the email, let me just pass data into the email field, and then you can see awesome. This is cool. You see, it's no longer dropping it because there's a value inside that enter email text field. If you leave password now, you see it's dropping it. But let's pass something into it and see what happens. You see, this is cool. This is beautiful. So quickly, let's write for the registration so that we can register, and from there we can also have access to login, so that we have an account to log in with. So I'll go now. I'm just going to copy this and come to, yes, so we come to where show registration screen is true, and then we'll write there. We're going to paste it here. So I already have this. So we're going to take the card and then enter your email as well. So every other thing remains the same, except that we need to let's create the login. So I'm going to copy everything here and just adjust it accordingly. So I'm going to call user sign up form. So user sign up form. I'm just call user sign up params. And then this one will have the confirm password. Then we're going to call this user sign up. and set user sign up. And this will be equal to user sign up form, user sign up params, and then on change so we're going to see let's call it sign up on change text. Sign up on change text, everything remains the same. So here we're going to use user sign up. So we're going to go there. And this one is set user sign up. So come down here. We'll come down here and implement it accordingly. So I'm going to say user sign up. So user sign up dot email, and then on change text, this will be equal to sign up on change text, and the text everything is fine. It's going to be email. So bring this in. So we're just going to copy this and then make adjustment to it accordingly. So take this, paste it one more time. So we can do for password and confirm password. So I'll come here and say this will be confirm password. It will be password, and this will be confirm password. So this will be confirm password as well. So come here, enter. So it will be confirm your password, whereas this will be enter your password. So I think we're good to go. That's all we have to do here. So we also come down. Let's add. There are some other things we need to add to our UI, so we can move between the UI for the login and the registrations display. So quickly, let's go to our login. So this is the login form. This is the login UI. So we're going to come down there, and in here we're going to write. We're going to make use of the view. So we're going to enter the style. Let's give it margin 13. Margin 13 flex direction. So flex direction will be row. We have align items. Align items will be center. Align item will be center. And then justify content will be space between. Then in here we're going to bring in the text, and then we'll call it keep me logged in. Then we'll bring in another text here, and we're going to say forgot password. So this we want to give it a little style. Give it a color. We'll give it a color of 07FFF. Then give it font weight. So let's make it font weight of bold. So cool, that's it, showing up already. So we can come out of this, come to this place, and so inside our view here, let's give it a style and a margin top of 50. Then we'll come and say if show registration screen is false. If it's false, then we want to display the login button. And if it's true, we'll display the registration button. So we'll come here and we'll pass the else, and then we'll pass this as well. So if it is false, then that means we are using the login UI. So we want to come here and inside our pressable pass the styles to it. So we'll have width. We'll give it a width of 200. We'll give it background color. So let's give it background color of FEBE10. Then border radius. So to have border radius of 8. Now let's give it 6. Then margin left. So margin left will be auto. Then let's give it margin right of auto as well. And then we'll give it padding of 15. We'll give it padding of 15, and then we are cool with that. We'll come out of this and use the onPress. So we're going to write the onPress shortly. So let's comment it out for now. Then we'll render text. And pass style into it. So we'll give it text align. Text align will be center. Color will be white. Then we'll give it font size of 16. We'll give font weight of bold. Let's bring this down. Let's pass our login into it. So we're good to go. Let me reduce this screen a little. Yep. So else, we'll display the login and the sign up button. So let's just copy the pressable. Copy everything from here and bring it here. So this will be register. Cool. And you can see the login screen, the login button is displayed instead of the register. So another thing we want to do is we want to be able to toggle between the login screen and the register UI. So to do that, we'll come here, we'll come down here. So we'll come here and say if show registration screen is false. If it's false, we want to display. So if it's false, we want to have, let's bring in the pressable again, and then okay, let me just write this out. Then let's use this pressable and make adjustment accordingly so we can move faster. So in here we're going to margin top will be 15. Then we'll come to the onPress here. So if the show registration screen is false, then we're going to display a text. So let me bring this text as well. So the text will have text align center, color will be gray. Let's use a gray color. And font size of 16. We'll remove the font weight. So we're going to say don't have an account. Then we'll say sign up. So the onPress here, the onPress will be equal to, so if the user click or press on don't have an account, we will turn the show registration screen, we turn it to what, to true, so that it can move to the registration screen. So that's what we want to do there. Oh, press will be, okay, set, sorry. So it's supposed to be set show registration screen, yes. So this will be, so if we save that, oh, we need to write the second part. So which is after this, we are supposed to have the else. So let me just put the else here. Let's put this in. And the else condition will come here. So let's quickly put a pressable. Let's copy this and put it here. So we're good to go. Cool. So it's working now. So we'll come down here. Instead of this place, we already have an account, then login. So this will be login. So this will be already have an account, then login. Then we'll set this one to false again, so it can go to what, the login UI. Then from here, we'll say margin top 15, margin bottom. Let's make it margin bottom of 30. And I think we're good to go. So if I press don't have an account, sign up, it's supposed to take us what, to the login. So if I do that, you can see this is beautiful. So, and then we have register a new account, and we have the email, password, and confirm password. So if I press the login, it goes back to login. This is beautiful, isn't it? So quickly, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write a function to submit our form. So we'll go up to write a function for both to submit the form for registration and for our login. So come up here. So come up here, let's say submit, let's call it submit sign up form. So we're going to put it inside Axios. So we need to import Axios. So we're going to import Axios from Axios, and then we're going to pass, okay, let me just go quickly to, I'll quickly go to our home middleware. Let's see, do we have our home middleware? So bring in home middleware from here so we can make use of it. So from our home middleware, we're going to copy the path. So we'll copy the path, and then we'll bring the path here. And we're going to call it, let's move to user. Move to user, and then we'll call it register user, and we're going to pass the user sign up form. So the user sign up form, and then we're going to use the then and get a response. So the response, we can console.log the response, so we can see the response. So it will be equal to response. Then we'll come here, we're using the alert.alert from React Native. So let's import alert from React Native. So we're going to say, let's say user registration completed successfully. And then if registration is completed successfully, we want to change the show registration screen and make it false so that the user can log in. So that's the idea. So it will be set So to set show registration become false, then we want to bring the user sign up to the default. So we're going to say set. So we're going to say set user sign up. User sign up, we're going to set it to our user sign up params. That's the idea. So we'll come here and catch error. That's if there's an error. If an error occurred, so we want to pass the error and display the errors. So we're going to use the alert. And we're going to send a message, say registration error, or let's say an error occurred. Then we'll display the error. And we can also console.log the error. So we can log the error. I think that's all. So before we go to the backend now to accept this information, let's quickly write the same login. Let's write the login submission. So let's cut that one. So let's write the same thing for our login, so we can submit our login as well. So to do that, we'll just copy this and then make adjustment to it. So we'll come here, paste it here. I will call this submit login form. So submit login form, we have the user login. We'll get the response. Here we'll set, no, we're not going to be using this as well. If the user logs in, we're supposed to redirect. So we'll set user login to be user login params, user login form params. Then if there's an error, we'll come back to it. So we'll still come back to this. There are still other things we need to put in there, but I don't want to put it here now so that you understand what we're doing. So for now, let's just leave it and perform the registration. So we are done with the front end. So let's quickly go back to the back end and accept the user form data. So I'm going to say cd backend. Cool. So we'll come into our model. Let's create a user model. So create the file for user model. So model.ts. And then let's copy from our category model. Let's just copy everything here as well and make adjustment to it. So I won't be needing this. So let's come to our type check and let's bring our params. So let's write the types for it. So we're going to have, let's call it user model props. So user model props is going to have email. Email will be the type of string. It will have password. Password will also be string. Then the user model will also have, we're supposed to have user address. Yes, there will be user address inside the user model. So we have user address. And then user address will be, let's write the user address params too, because we're going to be using the user address params. So we'll declare that. So we'll just come here quickly and say export interface. Let's call it user address params. So user address params, it will have, let's say, first name. And the first name will be string. It will have last name. It will also be a string. It will have email. Email will be string as well. It will have mobile number, which will be string as well. It will also have the delivery address. It will also be string. It will have, let's say, the region. It will have the city. And then one more thing, it will have an ID, but the ID can be optional. It will also be a string. So that's it. And the user can have more than one address. So as a result of that, we can pass, we can pass an array to it. Yeah, so the user can have more than one address. And I think we are good to go with this. We won't be adding any other thing. This will be okay for the scope of this project. So I'll save and come to our user model. Let me bring the form here. Let's close the middleware. Come to the user model, and then we'll import. Okay, no, we really don't have to. We'll get to it shortly. So in the user model, we're going to call it user schema. So user schema, it will have the email. The email will be a type of string required true. We want to be using images here. So we'll just copy the email, and it will have password. Password will be also be string, and then we'll have confirm password. So confirm password will be a type of string, and that's it. We'll come here. They all remain the same. We're going to call it user model. Okay, we also need to pass the address. So let's call it we call the user address. Let's see, what did we call it here? Let's see what we called it here, user address. So user address is going to be an array. So we can just remove all this. So it's an array of objects, and it has the first name. Okay, let me just come here and copy all this. There's the first name, the last name. Put all this here and come and take cool, because the S here must be capital letter, and then to be a comma instead. Yes. So that's it. We're good to go with that, and then we can come here now. Then another thing we need to pass into this is the orders. We're going to save the ID of every order to what? We're going to save it and tie it to the user information, so we can always get the ID of the order and get it, so that through the ID we can get the information about the order, the history, the historical information of orders placed by the user. So we'll come here and do orders, and it's also going to be an array. So it's going to be an array of objects, and then this will be referencing it from our order model. So to be of types, and it's object ID, and then the reference is going to be from orders. We'll be creating that very shortly. So it's throwing an error because there's supposed to be a comma here. So there's one more thing. Okay, so we can put this there. let's call this user. Let's call this user log, and then we have mongoose dot. So here we're going to bring in. So what did we call it here again? We called it user address, no, user model props. Good, user model props, and then we're going to call it, let's call it users. Then we'll bring in our user schema. Cool, and then we export user log. Cool, everything worked out fine. The next thing we need to do is we'll go into our controller and create let's create the user controller. So we'll go into our controller and we'll call it user controller.ts. So inside the user controller.ts now, we'll as well let's go to our category controller, and so that we can move a little faster. Copy everything here, bring it here. And in here we don't need these two. So we'll come down here and let's create user, or let's say user registration. Okay, let's say create user. Let's create user, and then we're going to destructure it, and this will come from, let's import our user model params. We can still use it, user model props, yes. So we'll bring it in, and then we're going to get the email, the password, and then confirm password. Oh, we didn't put it there. Where's our params? Yes, there's no confirm password. So let's put confirm password. So to be string as well. Let's save it here. Let's save our model. So here we're supposed to have confirm password code. So we're not using files, so we'll remove this. So we'll come here. So our user, let's call it user, will be from our user log. So we import user log, and then it will have the email. It will have the email. It will have the password. Then it will have the confirm password. So after which we can try to, let's console so that we can see if we received the data from the front end. So let's say registration params, and we're going to call it create user. So using our try catch block now, we're going to use our try catch block to do some checks and then save the user if everything is fine. So we're going to say const check email. So we're just writing high levels here. We're just writing high levels verification. So we're not doing anything too serious for now, for the sake of time. So we're going to say user. So we're going to say user log.find one. So we're using the find one method. So I want to check if the email already exists. So if check email is true, that means the email already exists. So we don't want to register the same email twice. So we're going to return a message. So we're going to say response. So let's just come to our response here. Copy this. So we'll return a response to the user and tell the user, let's call it response 401. So 401. So we could say, so we could pass it into a message. And there should be an object there. Then we say email already existing. So we can come here also and do another check, else. So we're going to say else. So else, we want to check if the password and confirm password are not equal, are not the same. So if it's not the same, we also need to pass an information, a message. So we'll say, let's come here and use this return, this response rather. So we'll say return response. So the same response 401 and then password doesn't match. Does not match. So return password does not match. So else, if everything is fine, then we can go ahead and save the and create the user. So we're going to say create user.save. Oh, sorry, we're supposed to pass user. That's why we're having an error. That's why we're having the error. It's supposed to be user. So we no longer have the error. This is what we want to save. So that's it. And then we want to return 200 and then 200 and say registration created successfully. So we'll just come here and say registration created successfully. Registration created successfully. And if there's an error, fail. Let's say, oh sorry, failed to create user. So failed to create user. And I think we're good to go. So we can come and remove this. We don't need it. So we're good to go. So we'll go to our controller index. Inside our controller index, now we want to export. So we're going to say export all from our user controller. So we can take this out, the next thing is our user route. So we'll go to the route and create user route. So user route.ts. And as usual, we're going to take let's take the category route and then make adjustment to it as well. So we'll just copy this, bring it in here. So I won't be needing Malta, won't be needing all this. So I won't be needing disk storage, I won't need all this. So it's cool. So we'll come here, export router as user route. User route. So here we're going to say router.post. And if you remember, we use register user. Let's go back to the front end and see that. So inside our user form, you see we say register user, and then it's, so that's what let me just copy from here because you don't want to miss that. So we're going to say register user. We're not using images here. And we're going to import create user from our controller. So we can comment this out, we may need it later. So, and that's all. So we're good to go here. We'll save it and go to our index as well and export all from our user route. We'll save that. And now we need to go to our Express. So inside our services, we'll go to our Express app. And inside our Express app here, we're just going to bring in the user route. And we call it user. Let's go to the front end and copy that as well. See, we call it user. We call it user. Then we bring it here to our Express app rather. We'll paste the user here, and then we're going to bring in the user route from our route. And that's it. We're good to go. So now let's try to send some data from our registration screen and see how it goes. So I'll come here and then turn it to sign up. So my email, let me just use anything. I'm going to say Emery for now, Emery code. at gmail.com, and for the password I'm going to use 12345. Let's say em 12345. I'm going to copy it, paste it here. So we're good to go. Oh, our confirm password, there's something wrong with that, so let's check it out. It's dropping it. So another thing we can do, we just come here, let's console.log. Let's console.log our user sign up. Let's go back to the terminal for so we'll see if we are receiving confirm password has value. So you can see our confirm password has value. We'll see where the problem is coming from. Password, you can see. So let's see, let's try and correct that. See, because the field does not match, that's why we're having the error. You see what I told you earlier on, the field needs to match. So come here, where is it? We have the unchanged, you can see. So this password and this password doesn't match. That's why it didn't work, because there's no W here and there's W there. So if we bring it in here, we shouldn't have that error anymore. So confirm password, there's still a place where we need to change that. Where do we have password, confirm password? Oh, and you see here also we have password, and inside our root. So we need to go to our root navigator. We have the mistake there too. That's where the mistake is also coming from. Yeah, this is our root navigator. Let me move it. So it's our root navigator. If you go there now, you see where the error is coming from. This is where it came from. So we change this. Cool, and everything is fine. So we saved it here. We saved it here. So let's go back to our form. So we'll go to the login. So if I say emrecode@gmail.com, then we have em1232345. So I'm just going to select it, and it should work now. Cool, you can see everything is working fine now. It's no longer dropping, and you can see that our confirm password has value, email has value, and password has value. So we can remove the console.log for that. Yes, let's remove it. You can see what I said. So they need to be the same. So if everything worked fine, we should have our registration completed successfully. So let's press register. Oh, we have not passed our submit function too. Submit sign up, we've not passed it to our register button. So we'll come down here and look for the register button and pass the submit sign up form into it. So this is login, then our register. So we're going to pass it to this. So we're going to pass submit sign up form. Let's save that. And you can see user registration completed successfully. That means everything worked. Everything worked out. So and you see it has navigated toward the login screen because it became automatically false. That was what we gave it. That was the criteria we gave to it. If we go to our MongoDB rather, yes, we're supposed to go to our MongoDB and then we should have it there. You can see we already have users, and if we open it, we should have the user details there. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? This is working very fine. And you have what? We have the email, we have the password, we have the confirmed password. We shouldn't have saved the confirmed password. We don't actually need it. So we remove it from our model. So we have the orders. Order is empty. Then user address is also empty because we didn't pass anything into it. So we are doing very fine. So I'll come to the back end quickly. I'll come to the back end. Where is it? In our model, in our controller, we don't need to send the password. Yes, we really don't have to send this one. We're just supposed to confirm, and that's all. So we shouldn't pass it. So we remove it from there, and that's all we need to do. So we need to go ahead and work with the login form. So we'll come down here. We'll come to our function to submit login form. So we'll come here, the login form. So the login form, we're going to say login user. We're going to use user, and then we're going to call it login this time, and then it will pass the user login form. So in here, once the user login, we want to get the user ID and store it in our async storage. So we can use the user ID because it's the unique ID of the user to process and identify that user. So we'll come here and say, so we want to save, we'll use async storage to get the response and get the token, the ID, which is the ID, and save it inside our async storage so we can use it for the user throughout the user login session. So it will say const, so to get the token, we'll say const token, and then it will be equal to response.data, and then so we're going to be getting the token. We'll pass the token back, we'll pass the token from the back end. So we'll come here and then use async storage. So we're going to use async storage. We need to import async storage. Okay, let's just import it manually then. We used async storage. It's inside our store. It's inside our store. We used async storage here. Yes, so we're just going to copy this. And say import from, so we can import async storage. So yeah, we're good to go. So we're going to call async storage, and inside async storage we are going to use after that we're going to use the set item. So we're going to use the set item dot set item. That's it. And I take the parameter. Let's take the authentication token. So we're going to call it, we're going to give it the name. So that's the name we're going to be calling it, and then it will be equal to what the token we want to pass. Then we'll use the alert from React Native and say alert user login. So we'll say logged in. And then if the login was successful, if we got the alert, then we will navigate using navigation.navigate. So navigation.navigate, then we'll now go to our cart. So we'll go to our cart screen, and then we're not passing any params into that. Cool. Then we also want to set user login. We'll set it to the default, and then we'll catch the error as well. So we'll catch the error and leave it like this, so it's fine. So let's pass this to our user login button. Our login button, where's our login button? Our login button is here. So we'll pass submit login form into it, and we'll save it. So we'll go to the back end now and complete the remaining part of the work. So we'll come to our user controller. That's where we'll be passing the function for the user login. So after this place, we'll say const, let's export it, export const login user login. So let's just copy this. So we will use the try catch block. So we'll use the try catch block, and we're going to get, so we need to write the params for the user login. So we'll go to our params. So we'll come to our params and get the user login params and write the params for the user login. So let's just copy this and make adjustments to that. So we're going to call this user login props, and we need only the email and the password. So we can save that. So once that's saved, we can come back to our controller and import that. We import user login props, and then we'll get the email and the password. Email and then password. Cool. So we'll come here and say const user. So await user log find. We're going to use find one as well. Find one. And then we're going to use the email. I want to check if the email does not exist. If the email does not exist, if find one, if user is not true, if it's not true, that means the email does not exist. So we want to return a message. So let's copy this return function, the return message. So we say status 401, and then the message is enter a valid email. Enter a valid email. Else we'll come here and get the token that we discussed, that we said earlier. So we make the token. The token will be user. So we're going to get the ID. So we want to get the ID of the user. And then you can console.log. You can console.log the token. But what we'll just do here is return the token. So we'll return a response, and then we are going to pass the token into it. So it will be .status. The status will be 200, and then inside our JSON we'll return the token. So that's where we're going to pass the token. So it should be dot. Cool, everything is fine. Now, else the error. Let's just pick this error function. Error message rather. I kept saying function. So the error function message. So let's just pass the error. Let's just pass that. And let's make it message. The message will be the error. And it's supposed to be an object as well. Cool, everything is fine now. So we'll save this and come to our route, the user route. We'll go to the user route, and inside the user route we need to import. So what did we call it? Okay, store, we can remove it now. Let's bring this here. So when we passed it, we called it, what was the API? So let's get the name we passed there so that I won't make any mistake. So the login, we pass login user. So let's just copy this. So we're going to pass login user here. And then I think we called it login user. User login, yes. So it has imported user login from our controller, and we're good to go. So we're good to go, and that's all we have to do. That's all. And then it's passing it to the user from our express. It will pass from from user. So we're good to go. So we can as well try now to log in, and if everything worked out, it will return the token, and that's the token we're getting here. We're getting the token here. The token is from response data.token that will pass from the back end. And then let me go to our terminal here. Let me go back to this so that we can get the token from the front end here. So let's log in the user now. So we have emrecode@gmail.com, and then the password is em12345. So let's try to log in now. So we have an error. There's an error somewhere, so let's check what the error is. So it's a post request, and then we're sending it to user, and then login user. So from our controller, everything is fine here from our controller, except for the fact that we also need to check we also need to confirm the user password. So let's quickly write that too. So check if the password is not equal to password. Yes, if it's not equal to password, we need to send a message. So we return a message, still error message. So we return a message 401 message, enter a valid password. So we want to check that too. So if everything is fine, then we'll now pass the user ID into the token. So we can save that, and then we'll come to our route. Login user, it's fine, it's working. Oh, login user login, yes, user login, that was what we sent. User login, and wow, it's supposed to be a post request. It's supposed to be a post request and not a get request. So let's try to do it again. It's supposed to be a post request and not a get request. So if we do emrecode@gmail.com, emrecode@gmail.com, then we pass em 1 2 3 4 5. Let's see, it should work now. Let's check everything and make sure they are all working. We don't want to have an error. So if everything worked fine now, let's see. Cool. So it's supposed to be a post request, actually. So that was where the problem came from. It's supposed to be a post request, and you can see we have logged in successfully. So the next thing we want to do now, since we have sent the token now, so and the token is equal to the user ID. So we'll now we'll use our use effect to access this async this token that was saved inside the async storage. We saved it inside there using the set item method. So now we can come here using use effect. So we'll use use effect, and then we want to pass the dependency array into it. So we'll use effect here now, and then so that we can fetch, let's say fetch user ID, and then we'll use async. We'll use async, and we can call it const token. It's coming from async storage, so we can really, so we'll just use type for now. Let's use type any, and then we'll go into the async storage. Now if we use set item, we can use get item to access it. So, and then the name we called it was auth token, so we'll pass the name auth token. That was the name we called it, we saved it with. So we'll come here. So we'll come here now and update our user ID. So it's get user ID. Let's see if I've from our context. Where is it? From our context. Okay, we've not passed that in. So let's import our context. We'll use context to bring that in. So use context will be from React. Yes, use context will be from React. So where's our React? So pass the use context, and let's bring it here. So we're going to say const. So we're going to destructure that and use context, and then use context will bring our user type from our user context. So inside that, I think we have the user, yes, user ID, and get set user ID. Yes. So that's it. So we'll come here. So we're going to set user ID, set user ID, and now we can now change it and make it string. That's the idea. And then we'll pass the token into it. The token we saved here. So that's just the idea. And then we can now say, so we're supposed to, this is supposed to be user ID. Sorry. So user ID will be this. It's supposed to be our user ID. Then we'll now come here and do the set user ID. So set user ID will be the user ID we just passed now. So that's it. And that's all we need to do. So for the benefit of doubt, let's console.log that. It's in our object literal. So let's say user session ID, and then we're going to call it user ID, so it can bring it up. So let's call the function. The function is fetch user ID. We'll call it, and cool, you can see it from our terminal. It brought it. This is beautiful. User session ID. This is cool. So we can, let's just comment this out for now. So the user have a session ID, and that means next time if you press this checkout now, it won't take you to the login page again. So come to, let's go to our cart screen. This is beautiful. You can see, so we have the image background and we have our images displaying, and then we gave it the padding of 10, and you can see we divided the width into 2, so it can display 2 cards. So you can see it, and this is beautiful, isn't it? So let me select MERN, shop MERN, and it will change that. This is cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful, and you can see it displaying. So let me go for fonts. If we go to fonts, it will change and display fonts. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, and it's displaying every information regarding fonts. Let's go to computers. Cool. Let's go back to shop women, and the next thing we really need to do now is to perform the navigation function, so that when you click, you want to get the product information. So we want to navigate to our product details. So before we do that, we now need to go to our root navigator and create the params for the product details. That's why we could not navigate. That's why it's throwing an error, because the parameters are not set. Product details is undefined, and we are passing a parameter of item, so it's not set. That's why it's throwing an error. So quickly we'll go into, let's go to our product details. This is our product details. Let's bring it up. Let's go to our, okay, let's bring product details here, and then let's go to our root navigator. We have our root navigator here. So inside our root navigator, we have what we call, so inside our root stack param, so we have the product details. So this is the reason why it's not showing, because it's undefined. So, and we cannot pass item into undefined. You can see the sense in TypeScript. So it's making sure that we have type safety. So in our product details now, we'll come to the product details here, and we want to populate it. Since we want to pass an item into it, we're passing the item. If you like, you can pass everything directly, but I would prefer to pass it an item, so that we will not populate the home screen with too many information. We can just pass the item. So as a result of that, I'm going to say this is equal to item, and then inside this I'll pass. So I'll just copy, let me copy, where's our product types. Yeah, so let's copy this item and pass it into our root navigator here. So we'll pass it to our root navigator. So, and we add other informations that we'll require. So we have ID, we need the name, we need the price, old price, we need images. We also need to get the quantity, and the quantity here will be, so we also need to get, we need to get the length, we need to get the category it belongs to. So we get the category, we need a category, and it's of string. We need description, we need the product description. So let's add it after image. After images, we should have the product description, and description is string as well. After description, we'll need the price and the old price. We want to know if it's in stock. After quantity, after category, let's just put it here, in stock, and that can be optional. And in stock is boolean. Then we want to know the length. Okay, it's not required, we don't really need it here. We want to know the screen name, in case we are going to be navigating to a screen where we have to declare the screen name. So we will make it optional. Okay, maybe these ones are not just required for now, so let's just go ahead with the ones that are required, and then if we need to add, we'll add into it later. So ID2, it's needed. So we'll just save and leave it here. So now we can come to our home screen and uncomment this. So in here we're supposed to pass a comma. Yeah, so we're supposed to pass a comma here, and then in here it's throwing an error. So let's go, our item is of product params. So let's go to our product params. It's supposed to be inside our, so we'll go to our home props, and then where's our product? Yeah, I think the error we're having is actually because of this. So we need to match some of them up. They have to be the same. So let's go to our, let's bring our home props here. So name, quantity. So category can be undefined. So price is okay. We made price undefined here. That's where the problem is coming from. And our own props price. So where's the problem still coming from? Okay, let me reduce this so we can read the error and correct it. So we're saying it's a description. So where's the description here? Description here. Oh, description can be undefined. Cool. So that's it. Now sometimes you just need to read the error you're getting back, the error feedback. So the description can be undefined. So you can see everything is fine now. So we can bring this back. So you can see everything. So everything is fine. We'll save our and bring this closer to home props, to our home screen. So you can see there's no more error. So everything is okay. So we're good to go. So let's comment out the console for middlewares. So this is cool, right? So let's say from our home screen now, where's our home screen? Let's do some. So from our home screen, if I come to the background image, let's choose another background image. Let's say if I choose 0, it will change the background image. Do you see what's happening? This is beautiful, isn't it? So that's just the idea. That's what's going on. So see the background image has changed. If I use 2, it will change the background image. So that's what we'll be using. Cool. You can see based on the background images we have, see what's happening. So I think let's just use 0. Let's use the background image for that. And if we toggle here, cool. This is beautiful. So we'll leave this like this. And the next thing we want to do, so if I press on this, let's press on this, it will navigate to our product details screen. You can see. So, but we've not done everything about product details screen. So we'll get back to that and perfect it. So we'll come here outside this place. So we'll render another text. So let's just copy the header here. I'll just copy this header and make use of it. So I'm going to call this, let's call this flash sales. Flash sales. Let's give it background color. Let's give it background color of D5, E6, E6, F7, D5, E6, F7, and then we have padding of 10, font size. Let's make the font size okay. Let's leave 20. Then give it text align, center. So let's bring it down. So we have text align, and let's give it a margin top. Let's make it margin top of 15. So we can bring these two down, margin top of 15, and we're good to go. So we'll call it flash sales. Let's see what that brings up. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we have flash sales, and inside that we're going to render a view. So we're going to render a view. Okay, let's just copy the view we rendered earlier. I think it's the same. Where is it? Here. Yep. So we're just going to copy this quickly and bring it here. Paste it here. And inside the view, we want to create what we call trending products. Or let's say flash. Okay, let's just say trending product. Let's call it trending product, and then we are going to use, let's come up here and create trending product. So we're going to say trending product, set trending product, and we're going to use this. This remains the same. So let's go to our middleware. From our middleware, we'll try to let's set trending products. So come here, let's create the interface for it. Let's use this. So we say interface trending product. Let's copy. Okay, we can make use of the. Let's copy. Okay, we can make use of the. But they are different. So let me use this. So we'll copy this and we'll come here and post it. So we're going to call this fetch trending products. So we're going to say fetch trending products. That's going to be equal to trending props set trending product. And then here we're going to get so we can use the fetch. We can use the fetch product that we used earlier. So we're going to say fetch product, yeah. And we set trending. So inside the fetch product, we have what called. So we're going to use the product, yes. So we use the product, and then it will be the product, and then we'll create trending product. So let's call it trending product. So that's it. So that's all we need to do here. So we'll go to the back end now and create trending product. So let me move this a little to this place. So we need to open our product controller. Inside our product controller, put it here. We're done with image controller. So image route, everything is working, so we're done with them. So we'll come to this place. So inside let's use this and just edit it accordingly. So we'll come here and say fetch, let's call it get trending product trending product. So it's going to be product. We're going to search from product. So we're going to call the result. We shouldn't make that mistake again. So result will be product. What did we call it in the front end? From the front end, product. Yes, is it small letter? Yes, a small letter product. So small letter, and then we're going to call it product. We're going to call it product, and then we're going to say, let's just add dynamism to it. So it's a tutorial, so you can define it any way you want. You can define the parameters for your product or for your trending product. So you can have a trending product added to your model when you're creating your product model. But for the sake of time and because it's a tutorial, so I'm going to be using featured and just walk around featured product. So it's just the same query you get. Do you understand? So I'm going to say, so for the trending product, I'm going to fetch all the product where they are featured is true. So that is the criteria. So where it's true, where the feature is true, and I'm going to limit it to let's say 8. I'll limit it to 8, and then I'm going to sort it by limit to 8.sort. I'm going to sort it by created at. So I'm going to get the latest one that we just created. So it will get the latest one, the ones with the latest date. That's what the -1 is talking about. So I'm going to save this, and that's all we need to do here right now. So if we're able to get it, we're going to console the log the product, and we want to see product found here, and product not found over there. So that's basically all we need to do here. So I'll come to my route. So we don't need to do anything inside here, because we don't need to do anything inside the index for the controller. So I'll just go to the route directly. So from the route, it's a get function, and I'm getting trending product. So to get that, I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and we're not using params. We're just getting trending product. So let me copy it from the front so that I won't make that mistake again. So we're doing trending product. I'll copy trending product and bring it to the back end. Cool. So we're getting trending product, and we're getting it from get trending product. Get trending product, and that's it. So we can save it. Everything is fine here, and we don't need to do anything in our Express. So that's the power of that index that we use, is write one and for all. So it will target the product and trending product. That's what we're doing. So we'll come back to the front end. So at the front end, we'll go to the front end. So in the front end, we'll come here and say product found. We'll save this. Then we'll need to call it from our use effect in our home screen. We'll come to the home screen here. So inside the home screen, we're going to use we will use the use effect. So where is it? Copy this, bring it here. Now say trending product. Okay, fetch trending product. There's it, fetch trending product. I'll set it to trending product. Cool. So I'll send it to trending product. And we also want to create the use focus effect, so it can also update when we make changes to the back end. It can always look into that and update for us. So let's copy this 2 in here. And we don't want to pass. So that's all. And then we are good. If everything works fine, we should have that. So if we go now to our flash sales, you can see it's already bringing trending products out. You see, we already have them in our terminal. It's already bringing it. You can see them, the trending products. So let me just go to the terminal. Let me move this so that you can see that we have trending product. You can see product found. You can see it's bringing them up. So we need to use our product card to display it in the front end from our home screen rather. So quickly go to so we'll just come here. Let's copy this selected category. And we make use of it in here. So let's paste it here, and we're going to call this trending product. So we're going to call it trending product. We're going to map on have name. We have name. We have images. We have the keys. We'll have the product, the style props. So for the style props for this, we're going to make some changes to it. Resize mode, we'll leave it with the width. So let's create another width for this. So we'll come up here and create the screen. We'll create a width for this for our trending product. Where did we? Yes. So we'll come here. Let's just copy this, and then we're going to call this trending product width. trending product with, and it's going to be from dimension get screen, and we want to make this, want to display 4 and then give it padding of 10. So we'll display 4, give it padding of 10, and we can come down here and use trending product width. Where's it? So we're going to use trending product width, and then so for this we want to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 80. We'll give it bounding bottom of 5. Text align, let's make it left. Text align of left. So for the props, let's use image 1, and then for the navigation still remains the same. So let's save and let's scroll up and see what we have. Cool, this is beautiful. Isn't this lovely? This is lovely, right? This is cool. So we have what we have. We have our selected category, we have our flash sales, and this is rendering beautifully, isn't it? So if we change this, you see that it's only the selected category that changed, and our flash sales remains the same, and this is beautiful. So without wasting time, let's render one more section. So you can have as much as possible, just giving you an idea so that we can move to another screen. So quickly, the next one I'm going to render now is, what do we call this? Let's call it featured product. So let's just call it featured product, and then what I'll do here, okay, let me just copy this. Okay, let's go to our, let's come up here, and I think it's even be more faster because we just need to replicate this. And so we're going to call this featured product, featured product. So we're going to have featured product, and then it remains the same. Now we need to pass it in here. So let's go to our middleware, create the props, copy this, and then call it featured props, and then let's set featured product, and it will take the product params. Then we're going to come to our trending and copy it. Let's copy trending. So it's got a featured product, and then we're going to use featured props, set featured product, and then this will be, okay, oh, we didn't change that. So let's make this product part. It's going to be product, and this will be featured product. Response, this will remain the same, and then we're going to take the product path, and every other thing remains the same except for we need to change this to trending product, to featured product, featured product, and every other thing remains the same. It becomes faster now, isn't it? That's the idea. So we need to comment out. Let's comment out the console here so it will stop populating. So product, so we'll go to the back end and then just replicate as well, and this is faster, isn't it? So come here to our product controller. Let's go to our product controller. So we'll copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to call this get featured product. And we're going to get it from product. I think every other thing remains the same. So what we're just going to do here, so let's just say get all the featured products. So that's it, where feature product is equal to true, so get them. So at this point you get it from top to bottom. So the other one, you got it from bottom to top, or latest. Now this one is going to get it from the oldest. It's the same. We don't need to change anything here. So it's cool, right? So let's save this, and let's comment out the first console here. Let's comment this one out too. So yeah, so we'll come here to our route, and then we'll get featured product in our route. So I think we only change the featured, and then we're going to get featured product. That's it. Yeah, no error. And that's all we have to do. It's pretty faster now, isn't it? So we'll go back to our home screen. So from our home screen, we will get from our home screen here, we're going to get the featured product. We're going to call the featured product fetch featured product. We're going to fetch featured product and make it equal to fetch featured product. Set featured product fetch featured product. Okay, let's see, what did we call it now? From our middleware, fetch featured product. So we're going to fetch featured product. So it has imported it and it's working fine. And then we'll come here, let's drop it inside our use focus effect too. So let's drop it here, and then we'll come down and let's get our featured product, trending product. Let's copy trending product. We'll just copy everything from trending product here. So we want to make it horizontally scrollable, and to do that, let's copy from here. Let's copy from our selected categories. So we'll copy everything from there and dump it here. We'll copy everything from there and dump it here, and we'll make some changes to it as usual. So from here, we'll give margin top, every other thing is fine. And then we'll come here, instead of using selected product, we'll just copy the trending product instead and use the trending product instead of the selected product. So we'll copy it and drop it here, and then we want to create the width. So we want to render different card. We want the card to be displayed differently. So we'll come here to our trending product and copy this trending width rather, and let's make it a featured product width. Featured product width. So to be of dimension screen, so let's render 3. I want to render 3 and give it padding of 10. So let's come back here and call it, instead of using trending, we use featured. So we're going to call featured product. We're calling featured product here. And here let's use a background image. Let's see what background image 2 looks like if we're cool with it. If we're not cool, we change it. So we have the item. Inside the item, we'll render the item name, the images, and then let's render let's use the price here now. So we'll have the price, and the price will be equal to item the price, and then we'll have the old price. So if you remember from our card, there's a section where we ask it to render another text field if we are using the price. So we'll get to that very shortly. Let me just bring this down. Let me bring the key down. Yes. So if we go to our product card, so we talked about this earlier on. So if you come here, the text field we've been using earlier on is this. Where is it? This is the text field we've been using. So before now that we are adding price, so the price is not equal to undefined. If the price is not equal to undefined, use this test field. So is this test field now that we want to use? I want to render. So you'll see it shortly. So we'll come here now, section. We'll go to the props. I think the props will remain the same, except for the fact that we changed the background image we want to render there. So our props remains the same. So from here, so let's go to the product props rather. So let's go to the style props. So for the style props, we'll come here and do resize mode. We still want it to be contained, and the width here now we're going to use the featured product width. So we're going to use a featured product width. Then the height, we want to change the height to, let's say 155, and the margin horizontal, we would use the margin horizontal here. So margin horizontal will be, let's make it 3, and I think that's all. So let's save and see what we've got. Beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? Wonderful and beautiful. Are you loving this? So you can see we have our featured product, and the featured product, you can see it's showing all the featured products. All the featured product have been displayed here, and this is beautiful. So you can see increase the size, the image size, the size of the card, if you like, if you wish, it's up to you. So if you press this, it will take you. So the next thing we need to do now is to design the product details. So this is, for now, we are doing fine. This is where we'll leave it. You can add up to it. You can do other stuffs later depending on how you want it. So you can see where the price here now. For the price, you can see the price. For the price, we have the current price and the old price, and we have a stroke through. So you get that from the product card. It's coming from the product card, and this is beautiful. Let me just zoom in so we can see everything so far. So we've been able to beautifully render the home screen, and everything is coming from the back end. We are doing a full stack here, and you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? Please subscribe, comment, like, and share this.
So the next thing now is the product screen, so that when a user press any of the product, it will redirect to the product details screen, so we can get the details of the product, and then so that the user can check out can add the product to the cart. So we'll go here, for example, if from our featured product, for example, as an example, so on press, we have an on press event here that when the user press any of the product, it will redirect to the product details page, and then it will pass the item, the details about the item. That's what we're passing here. So for example, I'll go to my featured product and then press a product, and cool, you see it has redirected to the product details page. And then let's start working with that. First, the header, we don't want the header, we want to display our own header. So we'll go to, that's our root navigator. Product details is from root navigator. So we'll come to our root navigator here, and come down here. So inside the product details, we will say header. So here we're going to call it options. Yes, there's option, and option double curly braces, and then we'll say header shown. There's header shown there. Header shown will be false. So if we refresh now, it should go off. Cool, this is beautiful. So we're going to display our own header, and we already passed the parameters, the props to our product details. So we'll bring in the product details screen. That will be from our screen. Yes, this is product details. Okay, let's close some of these things because we might not really need them anymore. So if we need any of it, we'll come back to it later. So inside our product details screen now, we'll receive the parameters that was passed from the home screen. And to do that, we are going to do const equal to root.params, and inside the params there's what we call item. You can see the item is already there because we passed it, so item is already in the params. So, and we can destructure everything in there. You can see it's bringing them up. It has a name, it has images, price, old price. So we have in stock, we have description. So for now, that's all we need for now. So let's save this. Let's save this item list in. Okay, another thing you can do, you can just do the console.log so that you can see the item was passed. So let's console.log name. If I save that, you can see it's showing it from the terminal. So that means it passed it. Cool. Or if we come here, we can also come here I'll comment this out. We can also come to our product details and let's pass the name so that you see the name of the product that was passed. Cool, you can see this is beautiful, it's passed it. So if I go back, so cut that out. So if it's let's say the ID, to pass the ID. Cool, this is beautiful. That means it's working very well. So we'll just leave the name for now. We'll come back and make adjustments accordingly later. So we want to save all these parameters, these props. We want to save it. So you can just come here and say const. So product. So product params. Product params will be equal to row.param dot item. So we can just save everything in here, and we're going to give it a type. Type is product. I think we have product params, yes. So we'll give it the product params type. So let's start by working with the UI. I'll come to my home screen here. I'll come to my home screen. Let's copy the and the header. We'll need the header as well. So I'll bring them into my product details. Then let's copy it here and drop it here so I won't waste time. So for our header component, we need to import it. So let's import it. Yes. Cool. Everything is fine. So it should change. Cool. Correct. So inside our header component now, we want to do the go back in our product item. So to do the go back now, we're going to pass the go back, and then we're going to pass a function into that. So we'll come here and say const go back. So go back, we're going to say on navigation dot go back. So we'll come here and make go back to go back. That's it, and we should have cool. You can see this is beautiful. You can see the difference. So we'll come into our scroll view. Let's have our scroll view. So we'll go to our home screen again and copy some of the things we've written there so that we'll not waste time. So we'll come here. Yes, we'll copy this. Let's copy this view. Put here. Then we'll copy this as well. Drop it inside here. So we're good. So we'll come here to this first one, the first view. We're going to have flex direction, then space between, then let's give it align items. Align items. Align item off center, and then let's give it padding 3. Then we'll come here. For this style, we want to give it, let's give it background color 660 C30. We want to give it width of 40, height of 40. Then border radius, do we have border radius in here? No. So let's give it a border radius of 20. Let's bring this down. So justify content. Justify content will be center. Center align item, center flex direction row. So we don't need border color as well. So inside here we render text. I'm going to give the text as a style. So I'll give it color white. I'll give it text align of center. Font weight will be, let's make it 600. And font size of 12, and then this will be, let's say 40% off. So we can close this view and come out here. Let's copy this again. Let's give this a background color. Justify content center, flex direction is row, align item center, border radius is 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design. So we need to import ant design. We're just going to have style. Let's give it style padding left. Padding left will be 0. And padding top will be 2. Let's make it 2. So let's quickly import ant design. Should have vector icons. There are vector icons here as well. Okay, our tab navigator, there's vector icon here. So let's copy this. So let's import vector icons. So we're going to give it a name of heart. To take size 20. Color will be, let's make it black. So let's see what we have there. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come here and scroll view. The scroll view will be horizontal, so we'll render the product images, and then shows horizontal indicator will be equal to false. So quickly we are going to map through the images. So we'll map through images. We're going to map through images. And then what would you say, let's call it, and then the index. So we'll bring in the image from React Native. So to give it a key of index, I think we need to import image as well. Yeah, there's no image here. So let's import image. So to have key of index, let's give it star. So the style will have resize mode. It will be contained. We'll give it a height. Let's give it height 200. We'll give it width of, let's make it 350. Then let's have the source. So the source will be URI for each image. So image, let's call it image. Let's call this image. So it will display all the images. So if we save that, we're supposed to have the image. Cool, this is beautiful. They say the image is displaying, and then this product has more than one images in it. one image in it. So if we scroll, we'll get it. See, this is beautiful. So you can see the variation. This is cool, isn't it? So that's the idea. So we have the image is displaying. So come out of this scroll view. Let's create another scroll view. So this scroll view, now we're going to give it view. Let's display the information about the product. So this will have a background color of white. It will have border width. Border width will be 7. It will have border color of white. Then we have a margin top of 5. So in here we're going to display text. So don't waste time. Let me copy the text we have here. So we have the text here. The text we're going to be using. So we're going to call text color will be black. Then font weight, let's make this 500. Then font size, let's make it 15 this time. And here we're going to display the name. Cool, you can see it's displaying what the name. So we'll come here, I think. Okay, let's come here. Let's close this. Let's close this as well. And bring it in. And inside here, let's render another scroll view. So in this scroll view, let's copy the styles here. Copy. So in here, we just want. So we'll now bring our view here. Take the view here. Now this will take this entire view. So we'll take this entire view and bring it inside here. I will take this also. So we'll take the scroll view. Take the scroll view, put it here. Then take the scroll view. Yes. I think cool. This is the way we want it to look. So it's better this way. So if I come now, so we can open this so you can see.
and then we gave it the padding of 10, and you can see we divided the width into 2, so it can display 2 cards. So you can see it, and this is beautiful, isn't it? So let me select shop MERN, and it will
font weight will be, let's make it 600. Then font size of 12, and then this will be, let's say 40% off. So we can close this view and come out here. Let's copy this again. Let's give this a background color. Justify content center, flex direction is row, align item center, border radius is 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design. So we need to import ant design. We're just going to have style. Let's give it style padding left. Padding left will be 0. And padding top will be 2. Let's make it 2. So let's quickly import ant design. Should have vector icons. There are vector icons here as well. Okay, our tab navigator, there's vector icon here. So let's copy this. So let's import vector icons. So we're going to give it a name of heart. To take size 20. Color will be, let's make it black. So let's see what we have there. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come here and scroll view. The scroll view will be horizontal, so we'll render the product images, and then shows horizontal indicator will be equal to false. So quickly we are going to map through the images. So we'll map through images. We're going to map through images. And then we're going to say, let's call it, and then the index. So we'll bring in the image from React Native. So to give it a key of index, I think we need to import image as well. Yeah, there's no image here. So let's import image. So to have key of index, let's give it star. So the style will have resize mode. It will be contained. We'll give it a height. Let's give it height 200. We'll give it width of, let's make it 350. Then let's have the source. So the source will be URI for each image. So image, let's call it image. Let's call this image. So it will display all the images. So if we save that, we're supposed to have the image. Cool, this is beautiful. They say the image is displaying, and then this product has more than one images in it. one image in it. So if we scroll, we'll get it. See, this is beautiful. So you can see the variation. This is cool, isn't it? So that's the idea. So we have the image is displaying. So we'll come out of this scroll view. Let's create another scroll view. So this scroll view, now we're going to give it view. Let's display the information about the product. So this will have a background color of white. It will have border width. Border width will be 7. It will have border color of white. Then we have a margin top of 5. So here we're going to display text. So don't waste time. Let me copy the text we have here. So we have the text here. The text we're going to be using. So we're going to call text color will be black. Then font weight, let's make this 500. Then font size, let's make it 15 this time. And here we're going to display the name. Cool, you can see it's displaying what the name. So we'll come here, I think. Okay, let's come here. Let's close this. Let's close this as well. And bring it in. And inside here, let's render another scroll view. So in this scroll view, let's copy the styles here. Copy. So in here, we just want. So we'll now bring our view here. Take the view here. Now this will take this entire view. So we'll take this entire view and bring it inside here. So I will take this also. So we'll take the scroll view. Take the scroll view, put it here. Then take the scroll view. Yes. I think cool. This is the way we want it to look. So it's better this way. So if I come now, so we can open this so you can see. So cool. So we're good to go. And then we'll come here. So after rendering the name, we want to copy this. Here we're going to render the price. So price. And here, if it's in stock, all right, it's in stock. If it's in stock is true, then we're going to write in stock, else out of stock. And this, let's give this margin top. Let's give a margin top of 10. Then let's make this color green. Okay, let's see what we have. Cool. So if it's in stock, so let's give this a margin top. Let's make it 6. So that's it. Let me bring this down. Where? So I'm going to make this a self-closing. We'll use this text to draw a line. So we're going to give border height, border color. Let's give it border color D0, D0, D0. And border width will be 1. Cool. So I can come here and render another view. This view will have style. Let's give a margin top. Let's make it 30. Margin horizontal. Margin horizontal. Let's make it 6. So let's copy our text from here as well. Let's give it color of gray. Font weight will be 500. Border width. Let's have border width of 7. Okay, let's just copy this. And here we're going to say margin bottom. Margin bottom, let's make it 10. So let's copy our text again. Let's copy this text. And in here we're going to say let's give it a description. Let's give the description a header, heading, and then cool. Then after that, we need to display the description. So the description will come from here to come from our params. So we have so we'll give that margin vertical. So margin vertical will be a 2. Let's give it color black and font weight. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we have a product description added as well. So after adding our product, we need to do the add to cart. So to do that, I'm going to copy this view again. so that we can add our so that we can do the add to cart functionality. So we also need to add pressable. So this pressable we have a style. Okay, let's do on press first. So on press, so we need to perform what we call an add to cart. So for now, let's leave it because we've not added the function, we've not written the function. So let's do the style first. I'm going to bring this down here. So I'm going to say background color. Let's give it background color of green. Let's give it padding of 10. Border radius 20. Justify content. Center. Align items. Center. Then we're going to have margin horizontal. So margin horizontal, let's make it 35. And then margin vertical will be 5. So that's it. So quickly we use state to declare add to cart event, add to cart, and set add to cart. So come here, let's say const use state. So we have use state. No, we don't. So let's come to React and bring use state. So we have use state, and the initial state will be what? False. So we're going to say add to cart and set added to cart. So let's say added to cart. So that's what we'll use down there. So we'll come here and say if added to cart is true, then it will render this, else it will render that. So if added to cart is true, we'll render a view. So if added to cart is true, we will render a text. Better still, to make it faster, let's copy this text. So the text will be of color. Let's make it yellow. And then we have font width. Font width will be bold. And then font size. Font size will be 20. And we're going to pass. Let's pass added to cart. Else. So if added to cart is true, that means the product has been added to cart successfully. Else, we will display add to cart. So we'll display add to cart. And here, let's make it white. That's it. If we save it, we're supposed to have that. Cool. This is beautiful. So you see, so on press, it will turn true. If the product is added to cart, it will turn true, and then it will say product added to cart. That's the idea. And then the cart item will change. So far I think we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is the cart item functionalities. We want to be able to add product to cart, remove from cart. So we want to do the cart management. We want to manage our cart state. So that's the next thing we'll do. I think for now we are good to go. We're okay with the product screen. And then if I go back, let's press back, it goes to home. So I'm going to choose another product. So if we choose another product, you can see this is beautiful. And then we can scroll. You see, and this is cool. So let's come here. This is clean. Scroll. scroll, you see. So the next thing we'll quickly do now is the cart screen. The add to cart functionality currently is not working because we've not done that, and we'll be using Redux Toolkit to do that, to manage our cart state. Without wasting time, let me just go to cart screen. I think we created cart screen earlier, so this is it. So inside my cart screen now, I will come here. So let me just go to product detail and copy some of the stuff there. So we're going to need this. Let's bring it here. So we've not imported safe area view. We will also need scroll view. So this one, let's import. We'll import the component. Cool. So let's add the go back function too, which is this. Then we need to import platform. So we're good to go. Everything is fine now. So the next thing I'll do now is just let's go and work with our Redux Toolkit and make sure everything is working fine from there. So I'll come into the source folder and add. Let's go into the source and add a folder. I'll call it Redux. Inside that, I'll create a file. Let's call it cart reducer.tsx. So let me check my app.json. I think we installed Redux Toolkit. So let's check and be sure. Yes, we have React Redux. We have Redux Persist. That's what we'll be using, and we have as Redux JS / Toolkit. So these are the 3 packages we'll be using right now. So we have them installed. So quickly, I'm going to import them. So I'm going to say import. So I think it's Redux JS / Toolkit. Yes. So inside that, I'm going to get create slice, and then payload action. So I'll come here and say export. Let's call it our cart slice, and then we're going to use the create slice function method. And inside that, we want to have the name. The name will be cart. Inside the cart, we'll take our initial state. Our initial state will be an array of carts, and so it will be empty, but it's going to be an array of carts. We'll come outside the initial state, and then we're going to render the reducer. So the reducer will be an object. So inside the object, we are going to perform some of the functions, and then we'll have add to cart function. So, and before we do that, let's quickly create the TypeScript to manage our the state, and the actions. So to do that, we'll come to our types here, and let's create a file. Let's call it cart types. We can call it cart params.tsx. So inside here, we're going to have, let's have the interface. So let's have interface. Let's call it product. Let's call it product params. So we're going to call this product param. It will take an ID. The ID will be string. It will have a name. Our product has name, and the name will be optional. And it has category. It has images. The image will be it's an array. Yes, we use array of string. Then it has category. We need the category. The category is also string. We will price is number. We have quantity. Yeah, we're going to use quantity. Quantity is also number. Then in stock, which is boolean. And then here we're going to be using the length. So we're going to say export interface. Oh, sorry. So we're going to call this cart item. Let's say cart item params. Let's call it cart item params, and it will have cart, and the cart, it will be equal to the product params. That will be an array of product params. Product params is an array of product params. Then we also want to do our cart state. So we're going to have interface cart state params export cart state params, and it will be of cart as an object, and then it will have our cart, which is equal to the product params, the array of product params, and then we're going to bring in the length. So the length will be of number. That's it. So I'll save this, and inside our reducer, so the cart, it will take a state, and remember the initial state of every cart is usually 0. So that's why we have an array of what? An empty cart. So we are going to take the state. We're going to take the state, and the state now is going to be equal to the cart state cart item params. So it's got to, so it has imported cart item params. Then we are going to perform an action. The action will be of payload action, and the payload action will be equal to product params. Yes, no, not product params from home. It will be product params from. Okay, let's reduce this so we can see the screen. It will be product params from our cart. Yes, so it's equal to this product params. So we can perform our. So that's it. So we come here and say const. So item. Let's say item present. Item present is equal to the state dot cart dot find. So we want to check if the item is already present in the cart. So, and we're going to give it cart dot found. So we're going to find the item if the item is already in the cart. So we're going to say item dot id. You can see it's bringing it. So if it's equal to the action, what the user is trying to pass into the cart. So dot payload dot id. So we're going to come here. If this is not true, that means the item is not present. So it will add the item into the cart. So if item present is false, that means the item does not exist yet in the cart. So what we're going to do is we're going to update our state and push. So we'll push the item. We add the item into the cart, and to do that, we're going to use the spread operation, so that it will add the new item into the cart and also add all the existing item we have in cart. So it's going to take the existing item in the cart and add and push this new item to it. So it's like it's adding it up. So we're going to say action dot payload. So, and then we're going to make the quantity equal to 1. So when the cart is added, we want to make the quantity equal to 1. So briefly, let me just explain. So this is what is happening. So before we add any item into the cart, we want to check if the item is present, if the item is already existing in the cart. So that's what this function is doing, the constant item present. So it will look for, it will map through this cart and check. So it will map through the cart and check whether the items, it will check the items in the cart that are already in the cart. It will check the ID of the items that are already in the cart and compare it to the ID of the item the user is trying to pass currently. So if he finds any of this item that is equal to, if he finds any of this ID that is equal to the ID of the item the user wants to pass, that means the item is existing in the cart. So at that point, we don't want to add the item into the cart. So that's what's happening. So we now came here, so we stored that here. So if this item present is true, that means there's an existing item in the cart whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user wants to pass. So we don't want to allow that. But if it is false, that means the item does not exist in the cart.
So what we are going to do now, we now use the push function to add that item to the cart. So this spread operator, what it's also doing is it will also carry along all the existing item in the cart. So it will add this new item to the existing item in the cart. And for the new item, we want the quantity to be equal to 1 when it is added. So that's the idea. So we're done with add to cart. So the next one we want to do is remove from cart. So let's say remove from cart. So remove from cart. Okay, let's just copy this so I won't waste time. Let's just copy this and bring it here and adjust it. So come here, it's going to take the cart state. Every of these is the same. So we're going to call this remove item. So we're going to say remove item. So here it will filter. We will use the filter function. So we say filter item. So when we filter the item, return all item except the one whose ID is equal to the ID the user selected. So that's what it's just saying. So it will return all the item except the item whose ID is equal to the ID the user is passing selected. That's action.payload.id. So that's what we're going to say here. And then we can remove this because we need to save. So all the item is saved in remove item except the one that its ID is equal to the action.payload.id. So we have saved it in remove item. So that remove item now becomes our new state. So we'll now say state. It will become the new state of our cart equal to remove item. And that's all you have to do here. Then we'll come to let's copy this again. We'll copy this. Let's copy this. So here we're going to call this increment. It's called increase quantity. Increase quantity. So we'll come here and say result. Let's use result here. So we're going to say result state.cart.find item. So whose action is equal to action.payload. So here, if result is true, then we're now going to increase the quantity here. So we'll now say result.quantity. You see, and then we'll add. That's all. So it will look through the item, the cart state. So it will look through it and compare the ID of all the item that is already in the cart and compare it to the ID the user has selected, the ID of the item the user has selected. So it will compare it. If it finds a match, that means if it finds a match, it will store the match in the result, and then we'll now come here. If there's a match, then it should increase it. It will increase the quantity. That was why we now said result.quantity, then what plus. That's just the idea. And then we'll come here to reduce or decrease quantity. So it will be similar to this. So let's just copy this. We'll copy this and say decrease quantity. Increase quantity. So decrease quantity is also be the same thing. It will get it and get the result. So let's call it get result. And if get result is equal to true. So if get result is equal to 2, the get result will be dot quantity. So instead of plus, we subtract. That's it. Then there's one more that we need to do if you want to empty the cart. So to empty the cart, we're just going to say, let's call it empty cart. An empty cart will just get the state here, only the state. And then we're just going to make it. So we're just going to make the state.cart, and we'll make it equal, we'll return it toward the empty array. It's that simple. That's it. That's all we have to do here. So we'll come here, we need to export. It will be cart slice, yes, the cart slice we created.
dot actions. So export them, the add to cart, remove from cart, then increase quantity, decrease quantity, and then empty cart. We need to export them so we can use them. So we're going to say export default rather. Export default cart slice dot reducer. That's it. That's all we have to do for now. So we're good to go. So we'll go to our app.tsx here now and wrap our entire app with the Redux store provider. So that's what we need to do. And for us to do that, we need to create the store. So we need to create the store, and then so we'll come here, come outside of the old app, and we'll create the store here. So let's create store.tsx. You see, we came out of the entire app. You see, cool. So inside our store, we'll import configure store from @Redux Toolkit. From @Redux JS Toolkit, yes. So write configure store. Good, it's bringing it up. So we will also import some packages from our Redux persist. What we use persist for is to help us keep the state of the cart even when we log out of our application. So if you don't use persist, if you log out of the application and come back, you discover that everything you have done there, your cart becomes 0 automatically. So we want to use the Redux persist to help us persist the state of the cart. So even if you log out and log back and log in again, you will still find the last state of your cart, and the last state of your cart will still be there. So that's what we're using Redux. That's what we use Redux persist for. So I'll import. Let's say from Redux persist. So I will import persist store from Redux persist. I will install persist reducer. We need to install async storage. We need async storage too. Let's check. I doubt if we installed it earlier. So let me check my package.json. Did we install async storage? No, we didn't. So quickly, I'm going to install async storage. So, and also make sure you are in the right location. You are using the right folder. So I'm inside my folder, React Native E-Commerce App. That's where we want to install it, inside the package.json. So I'll come here and say npm install. So, and it's at React Native async. So async storage / async storage. So that's what you want to do. You want to install at React Native async storage / async storage, and we need to make sure that the spellings are correct. So cool, it has been installed. You can see it here. We have async storage installed. So we can go back to I'll close this and go back to our store. So inside our store now, let's import storage. Let's call it storage. We're going to call it storage. So storage from at React Native, storage is in storage. That's what we want to install. Then we'll come here and say const persist. So we'll call it config. So it will take the key. The key will be root. And then we'll pass in our storage and then the version. So we're going to make it version 1. Then let's say const persist. Let's say persisted reducer. So we'll bring in our persist reducer, and then it's going to take persist config, and then we'll bring in our cart reducer. So we want it to persist that. So I say export constant store. So we're going to use config store here, and then we'll pass our reducer. Our reducer will be an object. So now we will now pass the persisted reducer. So we'll pass the persisted reducer into it. You know, the persisted reducer already have our cart reducer, so that's the idea. After the reducer, we'll come and do the middleware. So the middleware will be, so there's what called get default middleware, and then we're going to get that from, I say get default middleware, and then we're going to have serializable check. Yes, so the serializable check, we want to ignore actions, and then we're going to call in some actions. It will import them. So we have flush from redux persist rather. Then we'll have rehydrate. Also from redux persist, we have pause, we have persist, we have purge, we have a register. Yes, we'll have register too. So all will be coming from ignore actions, and then we'll give it a comma. Okay, it's ignored actions. Yes, ignored actions. It's working now. So another thing we need to do is we need to export this. So we're now going to say export persistor. Let's call it persistor, const persistor. So we'll now make it persistor. Then we'll pass our store into it. Cool. Then we'll come here and say export. So we'll come here and say export type root. Let's call it root state. And then we're going to say return. We're going to use the return type, and then it will be type of, so it will be store.getState. So I think that's all. So we'll now come into our app.tsx. Inside our app.tsx now we wrap our app inside what? The Redux provider. We need to get the provider from React Redux. So we'll say provider should bring a yes from React Redux. So the provider, inside the provider, we will just call the store and pass our store into it. So store, we'll pass our store from store, yes. So we'll bring our entire app and put it inside the provider. That's fine. That's all we need to do right now. So inside these two, we need to now pass our persist. Yes, we need to pass our persist gate, yes. Yeah, it's a persist state. So we can now pass our persistor. The persistor, yes, the persistor we wrote. So it will now be equal to what? The persistor. Should import the persistor, yes, from our store. So you can see it has been imported. And this will be persist gate is from integration React persist integration React. So we will now pass our entire app inside what? The persist gate. And that's all we need to do. So we save it, and everything should work fine. So you can see, so we need to reload our app. You can see everything is working fine. I've just reloaded the app and everything is working fine now. We can come into our product details now. So we can come into our product details now and perform the add to cart function. So we say const, let's say add item to cart. So this is going to be equal to the product params we declared here. So I can just copy that and bring it here. So product params, and then we'll pass, we need to pass the product, yes, we'll pass the product params. And we're going to say, so the first thing we want to do, we want to check if the quantity of the item is not less than 1. If it's less than 1, that means the item is out of stock. So that's the first thing we'll check before we add the item to cart. So we'll take our product params. So we'll take our product params and get the quantity. So the quantity, if the quantity is less than 1, that means the item is out of stock. And to do that, we are quickly going to be using a notification. We're going to write a notification to always send a notification to the user, like a message, a pop-up notification. So we're going to quickly add that file into our component folder. So we're going to call it notification. So let's say notification.tsx. So inside our notification now, So inside our notification, we're going to write, let's use this shortcode, yeah. We'll call it interface. Let's call it display. Let's call it display message. And the display message, we will pass in the message we want to send to the user. We are going to make it optional. So we'll come in here and make it equal to display message. Bring the message. So inside our return now, we're going to write. Let's give this. Let's style this. Let's style it up. So we'll give it a background color. So give the background color of green. And then let's make top 8, padding 15, then position absolute, then let's give it the index 999 to make it appear above every other element in there. Then let's width, so we'll make it width of 100%. So let's bring this down. So we can give it margin top of 15. Margin top 15. So let me bring this down too. So that's it. So we'll come into our text here and we want to display the message. So I want to display the message here. Let's style that up to. I want to give it a style. So I want to give it a style. Let's give it a font size of 13. Let's give it font weight of bold. I want to give it a color of white. I want to give it text align center. And then we want to make the font style. So the font style will be normal. So that's it. So we'll display the message. The message we want to send will be displayed there. So that's it. That's all we need to do here. So we can save this now and come to our product details here. So inside our product details, we'll come here and we're going to say const. So let's create a use state for that. So we're going to say const. Let's say display message and set display. So we're going to pass it into our use state, and the initial state will be false. So we're going to be using boolean, and the initial state will be false. So the type is boolean. Then another thing we want to do is to bring up the notification. So we're going to say, let's call it notify and set notify. And then it will be use state. And the initial state will be string, an empty string. So we can come here and say, so if the cart is empty, if the quantity is less than 1, so we want to send a message to the user that this product is out of stock. So we'll just come and take our set notification, we set notify. So we'll set notify into, and it will be equal to this product is out of stock. So that's the message we want to send if it's less than 1, and then we will now make our display message so that it can display it. We'll turn our display message to true. You'll see how we use that very shortly. We'll turn it to true, and then we want it to go off after 3 seconds. So we'll use set timeout. So we use set timeout to achieve that. So what we're going to do is we're going to set display back to false, and it will be after 3 seconds. So we'll come here and write 3000, means after 3 seconds. So we save that. So else, so if it's not less than 1, we want to check another thing too. So we'll put an else function,
the next thing we want to check is we want to know if the product already exists in the cart. So if it's existing already in the cart, we don't want to add it again. That's how I want this. That's how I want to pattern it. So it's up to you. If you want to add it again as an increase in quantity, it's up to you. But for this project, we don't want to add the same product twice. So if the product, so we'll have to check if the product already exists. It will send a message back to the user and tell the user the product already exists in the cart. So that's what we want to write now, and it's else. So we'll come here and say, so we have to find. We use the find method. So we're going to say find item, and then we'll go through our cart. So before we do that, we need to import the cart using through our use selector. So I want to bring in the cart so that we can get the state of the cart. So we'll use the use selector to achieve that. So let me just import selector. Our use selector will come from our React Redux. So let me just come here and import from React Redux. So yeah, so we want to bring our use selector, and then we'll also be using use dispatch. So let's bring the two all at once so that I won't have to go back to that again. So we'll use the use selector now to access the state of our cart so that we can know the state of the cart. So to do that, we're going to say const cart equal to, so we'll say use selector, and then from the use selector we're going to get the state. We'll get the state, and the state is equal to the cart item params. So we're going to get the state. We want to get the state of a cart, and it will be state.cart.cart. I think we imported, yeah. So this is where the problem is coming from. Let me just take this back. We were supposed to use not cart item, is cart state. So we had what we call the cart state params. Yes, that's what we're supposed to use, because that's what is managing. That's the type script for the state of the cart. So we're going to come here and say state.cart.cart. You can see. And quickly, I'm going to show you that from our Redux. Where's our Redux? Our cart reducer. So if you check the cart reducer here, we have the cart. So it's talking about the state, the initial state, the state of a cart. So we have the cart, and inside our store here we have cart. You can see. So that's what we're talking about. You can see here. So it's talking about those carts. That's what's happening. So from there we can get the state of our cart, and the initial state is what? Empty. So we'll come here and say, so we're going to say cart.find. So we're going to use find method, and then we're going to pass in the product or item depending on what you want to use. So we're going to say look for the product where the ID, whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user selected. So that's what we are saying. So it will look through and find the product where the product ID is equal to the ID that the user just selected. So if it exists, if it's able to find, that means the product already exists in the cart. So we're going to say if find item is true. If find item is true, then the product is existing already in the cart. So we want to bring our notification here. So we'll bring the notification and say set notification, this product already exists. Well, let's say this product already added to cart. Let's say product already added to cart. Then we'll set every other thing remains the same. So we'll set the display message to true so that it can pop up, and then it will go back to false after 3 seconds. Then the next thing we want to do, if it doesn't exist, so else, we'll come to else here. So if it doesn't exist, then we can add the product to cart. So if it does not exist, then we can undo product added successfully to cart. And to do that, we need to use our use dispatch to achieve that. So we'll come back here. Say const. So let's call it dispatch equal to use dispatch. Const dispatch equal to use dispatch. So come here the first thing we want to do is we set added to cart. Set added to cart will be true, and then we'll call the dispatch, get our add to cart that we wrote in our cart reducer. Where is it? Our cart reducer. Let me bring it up here. So inside our cart reducer, you see we have add to cart. So that's what we want to use. So we'll bring it into this place. So let's import it. You can see add to cart from Redux cart reducer. So that's what we're going to bring in, and then we'll pass the product params. We'll pass into it. So we'll pass the product params into it, and that's it. So it will pass all the products. It will add the item, that item, into the cart. Then we want to bring our message. So we'll bring this message again, and so inside this it will become product added successfully. So we can come here now and bring in that component, that notification component. So we'll bring it here, and we want to give it a criteria. So the criteria is if display message is equal to true. If it's true, then it will pop up. So we'll bring in the notification from component notification, and then so we'll pass our message into it, and our message will be equal to notify. That's it. We're good to go. So we can save this now, and then let's try to add a product and see what will happen if it works fine. So I'll come here. So let's add this. Another thing we need to do, we need to pass that function. We need to pass it into our add to cart. We've not done that. So we'll come down here. So it will be here. So let's bring it before our style. So we'll say onPress. So that onPress will run the function, and the function will be is add item to cart, yes, and we'll pass our product params into it. That's it. And we'll save. So now let's try to add this item to cart. If everything works fine, we should see the pop-up notification, and the item will be added to cart. And if added to cart is true, it will change this add to cart to added to cart. It becomes true. So let's try it. Cool, beautiful, product added successfully. And you can see the notification has turned off after 3 seconds, and you can see we have added to cart. The product is added to cart, and you see it has changed because it's now true. So if we try to add it again, what do we get? Product already added to cart. You see, it's not accepting it anymore. So the next thing we want to do now is we want this to show at from our icon. So we'll quickly go and move up to where we have the icon. Okay, we have it inside our header component. So we'll come into our header component here. So there was cart length when we were creating our header component. So that's what we'll just bring in here, and we'll make it equal to cart.length. So cart.length, and then if we saved it, everything will work fine. We should have our cart equal to 1. So cool, this is beautiful. And then if we try to add it again, it will tell you product added or ready to cart. Product already added to cart, and see it did not increase. So let's add another product to cart and see what will happen. Let's add this phone. So if we add it to cart, product added successfully. It should be 2 now. Good, 2. So everything is working out fine. So we are doing fine. So another thing we want to do now, we want to also make sure that this cart length is showing in our home screen. So let's quickly go to our home screen and then bring it up to do that. So to do that, let's just we'll copy the cart, the use selector. Let's copy it, take it to the home screen. So let's remove these ones. We may not be using them anytime soon. So let's bring our use selector into our home screen as well. So if we come here, let's have it here. So we need to import. Okay, let me just copy them from here so that I won't waste time. So we'll import this. Okay, we import the. So we'll bring the 2 in here. Save, and let's go back to our home screen. So into our home screen now, We want to go to the header component here, and call the cart length. The cart length will be equal to cart.length. We'll save it. Cool, this is beautiful. So we have it also in our home screen, and we want to add another dynamics. We want the cart length to also show at our cart icon in our bottom tab. So to quickly do that, we'll go to our tab navigator. So inside our tab navigator, we also bring the cart length and the selector. We'll bring everything inside. So let me just copy this, bring it into our tab navigator here. Then we'll bring this two in there too. So we'll come to the home here. Inside home here, that's where we're going to write it. So we'll come here. Let's pass a fragment, and then we'll bring this in. Then we're going to write if cart.length is greater than 0, then do this, then display. So we're going to copy it. Let's copy it from, where did we write it? We'll have it, okay, in our component. So let's go to header component. Let's bring it here. So we will need this. Let's copy that. Bring it here to our tab navigator. Bring this in here. Then in our component, we are going to also, yes, we'll need this view. So we'll just copy this view and bring it in here too. So here we're going to call it, it's not cart length now, we'll call it cart.length. Cart.length, and cool, it's fine. Else, so we'll have the else function too, and we'll just bring the same thing, copy the same thing, copy this whole thing here now, and bring it into this place as well. So we'll copy the and design and replace the end typo. So if we save that, cool, you can see it's already showing up. So we need to style it up a little so that it can stay on the bottom, on the icon. So we'll come here, let's go to our style. So inside our style here, so we're going to use, let's give it top of 2. If we give it top of 2, okay, let's give it right of -70. Cool, and it is fine now, isn't it? Everything is beautifully displayed, so we can have it there as well. So this is cool, isn't it? So I think that's all about that. So we can close the other component and go back to, and I think we are done with the, for now, with the product details screen. Oh, there's another thing we need to write at the product details. We need to be able to move to our cart screen from our product details. So that's the next thing we should do now. So to do that, I'll come here. Let me come down after. Yes, let's come here. So I'm going to say const, let's call it go to cart screen. Let's call it go to cart screen. And then let's quickly write a function here. Then we need to check if the cart length is not equal to 0. If it's okay, we start with if it's equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, that means the cart is empty, and we don't want to navigate the user to the cart screen if the cart is empty. So if it's empty, we are going to quickly take our message and send message to the user. So we'll say, so we'll set the message, set the notification to your cart is empty, please add product to continue. So let's say cart is empty, add product. So continue. So that's it. So if it's not empty, then we can now navigate the user to what? We'll navigate the user to the cart screen. So we'll now say navigation.navigate. So you see it's not bringing the cart screen yet because the cart screen is actually inside the tab stack, but we don't want to use the tab stack. So we are going to quickly add the cart screen to our root navigator. I'll explain the reason to you later. So we'll come to our root navigator here and we'll add the cart screen to our root navigator. So let's just come here and say, let's call it cart. And then cart, we can add it from, okay, let's just copy this because I think we're going to be needing most of it. And let's dump it here. Let's drop it here, paste it. So, and for this now, we can make them all undefined because we are not going to be passing items or params from the product details to the cart screen. We're going to be getting the product details from our Redux store. So we're not going to be passing any of these. So we can make everything undefined. We're not passing any of it. And we're not passing category as well in here. So we can remove it. So I think that's it. So we'll come here and add it. We need to add. So I'll just copy this and then duplicate it. So we'll call it cart. And cart will be of cart's screen. Cart screen, we have imported cart screen. And then it's throwing an error because we need to go and update that from our cart screen too. So we also go to our tab navigator. Let's add this cart before cart was undefined. So if we go back to our tab navigator now, we should make our cart. Let's change it. Yes. And we're using cart capital letter. So we need to change that too. Okay, I'll just change this whole thing. Paste this into it and make it capital. So come here, make this capital letter too. Make this capital. And you can see it's no longer throwing an error. So the error is gone. And then let's save it here too. So inside our product details now, we can come there. So we can come into our product details now and tell it to go to, okay, it should bring up the cart now. You can see it's bringing it up, and then we're not passing any parameter to that. So we just make it an empty. Cool, and there's no error. It's no longer throwing any error. So this is the reason why I did it this way, because the cart screen belongs to the bottom tab. So it's inside a tab stack. It's inside the tab stack. Where's our root navigator? It's inside the tab stack. So go to the screens. So it's part of what tab stack. So this is the idea. If you're navigating from the product details screen to the cart screen, if you navigate there and you want to go back from the cart screen, instead of it to take you back to the product details, it won't take you to the product details, it take you to the home screen. Why? Because primarily, cart screen is primarily a member of the bottom tab, which is inside the tab stack. So immediately you entered into cart screen, it stops recognizing the root screen, that root navigator. So it will change, it will switch to the bottom tab navigator. So, and inside the bottom tab navigator, product details screen is not a member. So if you go back expecting to go back from cart screen to product details, it will not go there. It will go to home screen. So what you can do there to solve the problem is just add the cart as a root to the root navigator. So that's why we added it here. So come to our product details. So inside our product details, so we see navigate. So we need to add that to the icon here. So in our header component, we will have what we call go to cart screen, and then we're going to add our go to cart screen to it. So if I save it now, if we press on the cart icon now, it should move us to the cart screen. So I'll just press this, and boom, you can see we're in our cart screen. This is beautiful. And if I press go back, it should go back to product details and not home screen. You can see this is beautiful. I didn't add it to the root navigator, it would have gone to the home screen. So if we go to the home screen now, and let's go to our cart screen from here, you see it will go to home screen. See, that's the idea. So this is good. So we're going to continue from the cart screen now. So let's go to product details and this cart. So inside the cart screen too, you want to add the cart So we want to add the cart length. So we'll say cart length, it'll be, okay, let's bring in the, let's see which is faster. So we need to bring the use selector, and then we need to bring the cart. Yeah, cart. We'll bring the cart here, and then this cart length will be equal to cart.length. So we can have it too. Good, everything is working fine. So we'll continue with our cart. We want to display the item and perform some functions like to increase quantity, to decrease quantity, to remove from cart. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'll have my view. Let's bring in view, and inside the view, let's give it style. So I'll give it a style. Let's give background color. And then we give it border color. So border color, let's make that white. Then let's render another view. So this view we have style. Let's give it flex direction. Flex direction will be row. Then after align items, we want to align items and make it center. Then give it padding of 10. Then inside here, we want to render the first thing will be the subtotal. So we're going to be using the text there. So the subtotal will give it a let's give it a style of font size. Let's give it font size 13. And then font weight, let's make it font weight of 400. Let's use 500. Let's use font size of 18 here. And subtotal. So let's copy this again. And in here we'll render the total amount of the total price of all the product in the cart. So that's what we render there. So we need to write that function. So let's make it bold. So let's quickly use, we are going to be using the reduce method to write that. So come here and say const, let's call it total. So we need to map through our cart. So for each item, and we'll call from each of the item, we'll get the price. So it will be item.price, cool. So, and then we'll multiply it by the quantity. So we say item.quantity, and then we'll add the reduce method. So we're going to use current and then the previous. So we'll take the current and the previous, and then we'll add them together plus previous. And then the initials, we want to make the initial price or number to be 0. So that's the idea, and that's all we have to do here. So if we save it, cool, you can see this is beautiful. And then we can, let me add a little space here, and then also add the currency. So we're going to be using dollars. So this is it. Cool, this is beautiful. So we'll continue from there. So we'll come outside of that view and then use pressable. Do I have pressable? No, let's add pressable. There's no pressable there, so let's add pressable. So we've added pressable, so we can call it from here. Pressable. And inside the pressable, we're going to give it style. So let's quickly style that up. So let's give it a style of, so we're going to give it a background color. So the background color will be green. Then padding will be 10. Then border radius will be 5. Let's add justify content. I'll make it center. and then align items. Align items will be central as well. So let me bring it down. So we have margin. Let's add margin horizontal. So we want to give it the space. We'll give space a horizontal space margin. So we have margin top as well, and the margin top will also be 10. So inside our pressable, we want to render text. So let's just copy this and adjust it. Copy this. So inside the text, it's going to have font size of 20. Let's give font size 20, font width bold, and then give it color. So let's give it color of white. So we'll give it color white, and we're going to call this checkout. Let's call it checkout. Then we're going to pass the item and the cart.length rather. Cart.length. And then we're going to say items. So that's it. We're good to go there. And then we're going to perform an onPress function. So when this is pressed, it will go to the checkout screen. So, but for now, we haven't written the function, so let's comment it out. We'll come back to it. So if we do it now, cool, this is beautiful. So you can see, check out 2 items. So we'll continue from there. So after that, we'll come out of that pressable. And here we want to render a line. So we'll be using a self-closing text. So we'll give it style. Let's give it a style. Let's give it height. So we'll give it height. Let's make the height 1. Then border color. So we'll give it border color of #D0, D0, D0, D0. And then we'll give it a border width. So border width, let's make the border width 1, and then margin top. Let's give a margin top of 10. Cool. So if we display that, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come outside of this view and have our scroll view. Do we have scroll view? So we'll bring in our scroll view, and the scroll view will have style. Let's style it. So let's style it. We'll give it a style. Let's give it background color. Background color of, let's close this, yeah. So we'll give it background color, we give it flex. Let's make it flex 1. So outside this, show, we don't want the scroll indicator to show, so we're going to make it false. And that's it. We'll come in here, render view, and inside the view here, we want to give it a style. Let's give it a style. Margin horizontal 10. So we'll start displaying the cart information, the cart item here. So we want to say cart.map using the map function. And then for each item there, we also want to get each item and the index for each of the items. Then we'll use the render method. So we'll render it now. So we use this and then add our view. So we'll add view into this. So the view, will give it a style. We'll give it a style. And then inside the view, we want to give it a background color. Background color of white. Then we'll give it a margin vertical. Let's make it 3. Then padding top of 10. Padding top 10. Border bottom color. So let's give it border bottom color. And let's make it F0. And then we want to give it a border width. So border width will be, let's make border width 2. Then border left width will be 0. border left width will be 0. We also want to make border right width. We want to make that 0. We don't want to apply the border to that, and then the border top width. Border top width. Yeah, border top width will also be 0. And another thing we want to add in here, we want to add the key. So we'll pass the index into it so that they can be unique. So inside our view, we will add pressable, and the pressable will be, we'll style that up to so we'll give it a style of, let's say, flex direction. Flex direction will be row, and then we have justify content. Justify content will be space between, and let's give it margin vertical. So margin vertical will be 0 here. So this is where we're going to render the image. So bring it inside the view. Inside the view, we need to call the image tag, the image component from React Native. So I'll import that from React Native. So image from React Native, let's give it style. So the style will be of, okay, let me bring the style down. So let's give it width. Let's give it a width of 110, height of 110 as well, and then resize mode. So contain. So we want to give it, we want to add a source, and the source will be URI, and it will be item.images. I want to pass the first image, so we'll add 0, and that's it. So if we save it now, we should have the code. This is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that's what we've been doing since. This is beautiful. So that's done. The next thing we want to do is we want to render some of the information like the name and the price. So to do that, I'll come here. So I'll come outside the view here. Yes, I'll come outside of this view and render another view. So this view now will contain the text for the name and the price. So that's what we'll be using in this tutorial. We're only going to be using the name, the product name, and the price. So let me just copy from the text, the last text we use here, and make adjustment to it. So I'll come here, and then this will be item.name. So that's it. And then we're going to make this the style. Let's give it width. Let's remove all this. So we're going to make it width. Let's make it 150, and then margin top. Let's make that 10. Then we want to give it number of lines, so we can restrict it to only 3 lines. So we'll copy this as well and paste it here, and we're going to call this price. So for the price, we'll give it a font weight. Okay, let's give it a margin top of 6. Let's give it font size. Let's give it font size of 28. Font weight. So we're going to give it font weight of, let's make it bold. And then in here, we don't need the number of lines, so we can remove it. Yeah. So if I save it, we're supposed to have it. Cool, this is beautiful. You can see what I'm talking about. So we're done with this. we're done with this section. So the next thing is come out of that pressable, bring in another pressable here. And I'm just going to copy the last pressable we used and adjust it accordingly. So I'll copy this, bring it here, and inside this pressable now we're going to use, so we want to start rendering the increase quantity, the remove increase quantity, and decrease quantity. That's what we want to render here. So inside here we're going to give it the style of, so we'll be using flex direction row, align items. That's what we're going to use here. So we're going to say align items, and it will be center. We're going to give it a, so we'll give it margin top, margin bottom. So margin top will be, let's give it margin top of 2, then margin bottom, so let's give it margin bottom of 2 as well, and then margin horizontal. Yes, we want it to have a margin horizontal. Let's make that 10. I want to give it gap, so let's give it gap of 10 as well. So inside this we also want to render, we also want to use the onPress function, so we'll get back to that later. Oh no, we'll use the onPress function here. Let's use it. We'll come here and render another pressable, use another pressable here, and this is where we use the onPress function. So we are going to, let me just write it this way. So onPress, but we'll come back to that. Then let's add style. So this time we're going to make it flex 1. So we're going to use this, we're going to use the delete. This will be for the delete or remove item. We want to remove item, so that's what we're going to use this for. So come down here and render text. So let me just copy this text, bring it here. So inside the text here, it's going to have font size of 18, and font weight, let's make the font weight bold. So make the font weight bold. Let's give it color. We're going to add color into it. So color will be, let's give it an orange color, and we're going to call this remove. So let's say remove. So we're going to remove item using that, and that's it. So after this now we'll render, let's render for the increase and then the decrease quantity. So we'll come out of this pressable, and then, okay, if I save this, we should have remove. Cool, that's it. So we want to render, so we're going to use a view here, and we'll add some style into it. So inside there we're going to have margin vertical. So margin vertical will be 10, and then flex direction will be row, and align items. So align items will be center, then padding vertical will be 5. So let's give it padding vertical 5, and border radius 5 as well. So border radius will be 5 as well, and that should be all for here. For now, that is it. So come here and get the item, the quantity of each item. So we're going to be using the quantity if it's greater than 1. If the quantity is greater than 1, then we're going to render this, else it will render this function, it will perform that function. So if it's greater than 1, it will perform this one, so that means greater than 1 is true. But if it is false, it will perform the second function. So let's write, if it's true, if greater than 1 is true, then we're going to use our pressable, and as well I'm going to copy the pressable here. Where is it? Just let me copy this. So inside here we're going to have the press function that will write. So if it's greater than 1, we want to display an icon. So let me bring in my icon from, I think we had an icon here, so let me bring it from our vector icon. Yes, let's bring this in. So we'll come here, instead of the text, we're going to render an icon. So we're going to get it from undesign. So we're going to get it from undesign, and then it'll have a name, and the name will be minus. So if it's greater than 1, it's going to show the minus icon, and then we'll give it size. Let's give it size 24, and then give it color. Color will be white. So let's write white, and then we want to add another style into it. We need to add font weight. Let's make it font weight bold. So font weight bold. That's it. So that's if the quantity is greater than 1. Else, so we also need to style the pressable. We're going to give it a different styling from this. So the pressable, we're going to give it, let's give it background color, and the background color will be orange. So we'll give it, after the background color, we want to give it padding. So padding will be 7, and then we want to give it border top left radius of 6. Border top left radius, and make it 6. Then we also want to give it a border bottom left radius. Yes, we want to give it border bottom left radius. We'll make that 6 too. And that's it. We're good to go. So we'll just copy the same thing here. And dump here. So paste it here, and inside here we want to give it, so here we want to give it, instead of minus, we are going to give it, let's say there's what we call delete. So we'll give it delete icon. So delete icon is also from undesign, and then we're going to give it, so we'll leave the color will be white. However, we'll change the we'll say, let's say padding left, and let's make that equal to 0. So let's bring our undesign here. So padding left will be 0. So if we save that, cool, you can see this is beautiful. Let's remove this. For now, let's leave it this way. So you can see, because the quantity is not greater than 1, that's why it's showing what, the delete icon instead of what, the minus icon. So we'll get to that later. So that's the first one we want to render. So come out of this, come out of here, and then add another pressable. So I'll just copy this as well and make adjustment to it. So here we want to render the number of item, or the quantity of item. We want to display it in number. So we'll close it. So let's change the style. So the background color here will be white. We're going to be using orange here. The background color will be white. Then I want to give it padding horizontal. So padding horizontal will be, let's make it 18. And then padding vertical, let's add padding vertical. Padding vertical will be, let's make that 6. We want to render the text, and the text will be item dot quantity. So we want to render the quantity of each item in here. And if I save it now, you see this is beautiful. It's showing the item dot quantity. That's what we want to do there. So the next thing is we want to render the increment for increasing the quantity. So that's what we'll do now. So like, I'll just copy this. Let's just copy this whole thing. And after this pressable, let me add it here. So inside here, we're still going to be returning the onPress function. Then okay, I think I should copy. Let's copy the one we use for decrease. Speaks more to it. So let's copy this. So we'll copy this, paste it here. So we'll have the background color orange, padding will be 7. Yeah. So we'll just come here and change this. So we're going to use feather here. So let me go and add feather. So let's add feather icon. Yeah, feather icon. So instead of ant design, we'll use feather icon. So feather icon, and inside that feather icon we have the plus sign. We have the plus icon rather. So we have plus icon. We give it size 24, color white, and font width of bold. That's it. So if I paste it, everything should work fine. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it in the wrong place. So it shouldn't be here. It should be down here. Yes, it should be here. And then we have the plus icon and every other thing. So let's see. Cool, this is beautiful. So from here now we can increase the quantity and reduce the quantity. So you just see what will happen when I increase the quantity. I will increase the quantity to 2. Okay, we need to implement them. We've not run the functions, so we've not added it. We need to add it to the onPress. So to do that, let's go and write it. It's just similar to the same way we add to cart done in our product details screen. So it's similar. So quickly come. So also we need to bring our notification. So we'll say, so let's go to product details and bring everything up from there. So we need to bring display and notification. So we need to bring the two to, let's bring them here. So we need to import useState. Where's our React? Yes. So let's import useState here. So useState will come in here, and then we can bring our, so let's say display message. If it's true, then render the notification. So notification, yeah, notification from component, and the message will be equal to notify. Cool. So we want to have that. So, and then the next thing we'll do now is to run the function for, let's say, okay, let's do increase quantity first. To increase the quantity, so we'll say, let's call it const, let's call it increase q. Increase q means increase quantity in our own case. So we're going to run the function to increase the quantity, and then this will be equal to item, and then we're going to be using the product params. So it'll be from product. So product params from our cart params. So, and then we'll use our dispatch as well. We'll use our dispatch. So dispatch, we need to bring, have we done that? Okay, we've not declared that. So let's just say const dispatch. Okay, we have it in our product details. So let's just copy it, and yeah, let's copy this. I thought I copied it earlier. I didn't. So bring it here and then use our dispatch. So use the dispatch, and remember we have increase quantity from our cart reducer. So you can see increase quantity, that's what we're bringing in, and then we're going to make it equal to the item. So we're passing the item into it, and that's all. So we'll come here. So we'll say if the quantity increased, then it will now display our message. So we display the notification message. So we'll now say item dot quantity. So if it's increased, that will be plus plus. If it increased, then send the message. So let's get the message from here. So we're going to get the message. So we're going to say, let's call it product quantity. So I say let's call it product quantity updated successfully. So we'll say product quantity updated successfully, and every other thing remains the same. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to write is to decrease the quantity. So we're just going to copy this. So here now we're going to do decrease quantity. Let's call it decrease quantity. So decrease quantity, and then here we just need to bring the decrease quantity. So decrease, what did we call it here? Decrease quantity from our cart reducer. So to import that, and here we'll use minus. So if it reduces, if it reduced, then send the same message, product quantity updated successfully. So every other thing remains the same there. So we can come here. The next thing we want to do is to delete. When they delete an item, when an item is deleted from the cart, delete. So let's call it delete item. So to use the delete item, we are going to use the remove function from our reducer, from our cart reducer. So we call it remove from cart. Yes. So I need to be equal to item, and then here we want to say product removed successfully, and that's it. And every other thing remains the same. Okay, it's also supposed to reduce it. So we're going to say this. So the quantity will reduce. So I think that's all we need to do. So we'll now let's come here and implement all that. So the first one here, this onPress is for what? Let's get the onPress functions. Yeah, so this one is for remove. So we're going to pass the remove. No, it's supposed to be a function. So we're going to run it this way. And we had delete item. And we're going to pass the item into it. That's all. So if we come here, the next one is this. This one is to decrease the quantity, right? Yes, this is decrease. This is for decrease we use this to decrease quantity. So we say decrease queue, and then we'll pass the item into it. And then the next one is, okay, we still pass the same thing in here too. Decrease. No, if it's greater than 1, it will use decrease quantity. But if it is less than 1, or if it's not greater than 1, rather, it will use the removes, because if it's not greater than 1, we are displaying the delete icon. So we're going to use the delete item, and then we're going to put the item into it. So that's it. Then the last one is increase quantity. It's this. So we're going to say increase queue, and then we'll pass the item. So that's it. So let's save. So now if I press the plus icon, it should increase, and once it is greater than 1, that delete icon will change to the minus icon. So let's try that. Oh, we passed this function to the wrong place. Sorry, we passed this function to the wrong place. So let's remove this from here and then bring it here. It's supposed to be here. Then we actually don't need an onPress function here. So that's it. So we're supposed to bring it here. This is where we increase. This is the increase icon. So let's try that again. If we press the plus sign, it's supposed to be equal to 2. Cool, beautiful. And you can see it's working, and the icon has turned from delete to a minus. So we'll do for the second one, and you can see that the price is also updated. So if I change it now, you see it's $300. If I change it now, it's $360, and you can see it's also saying product quantity updated successfully. So if I reduce that product, and it's reducing it, we have 4. Let's reduce it. It's 3, and you can see it's reducing it. So let's use the delete icon. So the delete icon now. So if I press the delete icon now, it's supposed to remove this yellow smartwatch. So let's press it. 1, 2, 3, go. Cool. Product removed successfully. This is working well. And then let's use the remove icon. So but before we do that, I need to implement another thing. So because when our cart is equal to 0, when our cart is empty, we want to redirect the user back to the home screen, and then we'll display a message. So before I do that, let me just, because if I use the remove now, the cart will be empty. So let's implement that before we now remove the last one. So I'll come up here. Let's come here. Let's write it here. We can write it anywhere there. And we're going to use the use effect. So let me import use effect from React. So I'm going to say use effect. So we're going to use effect So we're going to check the cart.length. So if we check it, if it's equal to 0, this is what we'll do. So we'll bring our message. So we're going to say your cart, or let's say this cart is empty. Please add product to continue. So that's it. So, and every other thing remains the same, except for we'll now need to redirect the user back to the home screen. So we're going to use navigation.navigate, and so we'll come here, and the home screen is in the tab stack. So we can use the tab stack. We'll come to the tab stack. We use the tab stack, and then we say screen. Let's get the screen. Sorry. So we'll get the screen. Yeah. And this makes TypeScript very powerful. You can see this is cool. There's no error. This is powerful. So that's the thing. So we'll navigate, and everything is fine. So if I press the remove button now, so if I use the remove button now, and it will remove this, and it will display a message. Oh, we also want to add the dependency array in that, because we don't want it to keep looping. It can become buggy. It can turn to a bug and slow down our app. So we want to add the cart.length. So this use effect will always reload. The event will always be triggered every time the length of the cart is updated or changes. Every time it changes, it will trigger the action again. That's what the dependency array is talking about. So let's save it. So now if I press the remove icon now, the remove button, it's supposed to send a message that the cart is empty, and then it will redirect us to the home screen. So let's do that. Cool. You see this cart is empty. Please add product, and it has redirected to the home screen. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is working fine. So let's add those items again. You can see everything is working fine. So let's add this. It's working well. Let's add another product. Let's add this. Let's add bags. Let's add this bag. Let's add one more. Let's check through our future product. I love this iron. So let's add it, and then we can go to our core. So you see we have 4 items in the cart, and then let's make this equal to 2. Let's make this equal to 3. So the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to we want to navigate from the cart screen to the checkout screen. So, and we're going to be using that checkout for items. So we comment out, what's it called, an onPress function there. So let's write the onPress function, then we can add it to it. So let's come here and say, let's say const checkout